All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, April 21st. It is 9:02 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'm being joined this morning by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also being joined this morning, soon here, by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Eric Ekdahl, our Chief Counsels, Michael Loffer, our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Elizabeth Carrillo. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and web components. If you're joining us virtually, you're viewing us through our traditional webcast, either on the YouTube Live website or the Cali PA website. But if you're intending on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link and instructions at the top of the agenda in order to get onto the platform. But if you're having any challenges this morning, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, as she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements here for us as well. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza. Please do observe the exits for that. Additionally, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be signed up. There is a QR code at the side of the room along with a laptop. If you have any challenges, please do just chat with the clerk of the board and she can help get you signed up. Once you're at the podium, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation if you feel so comfortable. And lastly, please do just silence our phones so we have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. We are beginning this morning board meeting with Superior Accomplishment Awards and would like to introduce up Joe Karkowski, our head of the Division of Financial Assistance, and Adrian Perez.
Thanks, Chair Esquivel. Hello, I'm Joe Karkowski. I have the honor of heading up the Division of Financial Assistance, and I'm going to turn things over to Adrian in a minute here, but wanted to point out how proud I am of the team that we're honoring today. So there are a couple groups of folks who you wouldn't normally hear from. They're not often in front of the board for policy or other matters, but they're certainly very important in terms of the work that we do to help communities and neighborhoods throughout California, especially as Adrian will talk about. There are small businesses that really rely on our funding to help and assist with cleanups, and those neighborhoods benefit from the environmental cleanups that these folks lead. So it's really exciting to honor them today. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Adrian to give you all the great details.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Joe. So basically, we're honoring two programs today for Superior Accomplishment Awards. I'll start off with the RUS program, and we'll come up individually once I call out their names. But just one thing about the RUS program, it's our program that basically assists in small businesses in issuing grants and loans for small UST owner operators and helping them get into UST compliance for the regulatory USTs. And so basically they're help them set up the loans. They do all aspects of the projects, removing and replacing and upgrading tanks. So their part of their projects is what I want to award them for is that on average, they were doing about 25 to 35 agreements and for about $8 to $12 million in funding with the 2025 December 31st single well tank deadline. Our management team and our RUS team recognized that there was a need for that there was going to be basically a lot of agreements coming through, and so they prepared for that. And so during that 24-25 fiscal year, they did 75 agreements for a total of $43 million. And so just want to congratulate them on that hard work that they did through that. One aspect of that program is, some of our other programs, we split up some of the responsibilities in terms of eligibility, how they handle reimbursements. This program does it all. This program does the applications. They deal directly with the applicants, and they basically worked through the whole process with them, setting up the agreement, setting up the grants and loans with them, and also all the way through executing the grants, and then also with the reimbursement. So just want to thank them for all the hard work that they've done. So I'll start off with awarding the accomplishment, calling them up. If you guys can come up here so we can award your certificates. First one would be our section lead, McLean Reich. Our unit senior at the time for the RUST program, who's now in our section lead for another program, Robert Smith. One of our analysts in the program, Grant Kuroko. Another analyst is Kega Odomoso Barrow. And Lai Sefon. Thank you guys for your hard work. Yeah. I'm sorry? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Another one we have is also for Julie Osborne for our OCC council. Thank you. Another program we're going to award is our orphan program, which is a grant program that offers financial assistance to applicants that don't have financial responsibility for cleanup of remediation sites. So remediation sites that are caused by contamination that's caused by underground storage tanks, leaking of those tanks for contamination. So just want to talk about that group a little bit, about all the hard work that they've done. Our orphan program, we don't have a dedicated staff to that program, but they do a lot of support. They offer a grant $1 million to these folks that are not eligible into the cleanup fund itself, but they are, they don't have financial responsibility, didn't cause the release of the contamination. But these folks in this unit, or not dedicated unit, but in working in this program, had other responsibilities, but at the same time working on the orphan program. They also implemented a new process during that 24-25 fiscal year, working something similar to our ECAP program, where they were looking at sites, evaluating the conceptual site models of sites, meeting with the lead regulators to evaluate the impediments to closure for sites, and just doing a lot more, what we'd say is, helping us get these sites to closure a lot quickly, but providing support for these sites that weren't eligible to the cleanup fund. So just want to award our staff and the time that they've spent on it. I worked with them directly when I was overseeing that program. I first started as the ADD, and I just saw the excellent work that all three of these folks did in this program. I got to oversee, Chris Hammond and Isabella Mariano and Matt Pavlicek, but how they managed their calls, how they worked with the regulatory agencies and agreements. I mean, they did an excellent job of basically coordinating with them. And again, because they have other responsibilities outside of just the orphan program, the sheer number that they were able to do, just kudos to all the hard work that they did. So they were able to do, in our fiscal year 24-25, able to do 43 agreements for a total of $10.8 million in funding. So just want to appreciate their hard work, and call him up right now is Chris Hammond. Isabella Mariano. And then, just the section lead again that really helped a lot in guiding our staff, Matthew Pavlicek. All right, thank you.
Wait, take pictures?
Yeah.
On
Get a
behalf of the
picture?
board, just a lot of thanks, Mr. Karkowski, Mr. Perez, and importantly, all the teams here. Folks may not know, but our Division of Financial Assistance is actually our largest division by staffing. And you all are an incredible part of, importantly, supporting communities, helping to fulfill the board's mission. And I know since 2019 have been able to get out about $13 billion in investments here within the state. And so the programs you are all running are vitally important to the economy of the state, to so many communities out there. So thank you for elevating the teams here, the work that they're doing. It's really seen, and you're not going to get away without an awkward dais photo. So the two groups, come on up and we'll do a quick photo. But many thanks on behalf of the board. Thank you, everyone, again. Really appreciate the time and space to be able to acknowledge the folks that actually do the real hard work here amongst us. So much appreciation. All right, that now brings us to public forum. Public forum being an opportunity for folks to address the board on an item not calendared before the board. We have about 7 public forum commenters. I think one of them may be looking to comment on item number 4, the Sigma Thule exclusions. If so, I'd ask that you wait until that item in order to make your comment. And then otherwise, I do see a few folks that are looking to comment potentially on the Bay Delta plan. Usual comment there, just that the official public comment period is closed for this last round on the Bay Delta plan. Folks are more than free to make comment on Bay Delta here at Public Forum, but there will not be official response at this moment. So let's first go ahead and go to Barry Nelson, be followed by Christy Ralston, then Peter Dreckmeyer.
Hi, Chair Esquivel. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning. Thank you for
Great,
joining
thanks.
us.
Thank you, Chair, and board members, Barry Nelson, Golden State Salmon Association. Oh, I'm starting my video. And I recognize this is not officially part of the record, but this is part of continued updates regarding recent developments regarding the Bay Delta Plan and the VAs, things that have happened since you closed the official record. As you know, a month or so ago, the Legislative Analyst's Office released a report about the VAs that outlined a number of what they called key uncertainties. I'd like to highlight 4 concerns, and with each of them, mention new developments that confirm those concerns. First concern they mentioned was effectiveness of water purchases and how that remains uncertain. DWR has been able to negotiate very few long-term permanent water transfers. One of them that they're working on is with Fair Ranch for 5,000 to 16,000 acre feet of environmental water. That's the claim. That site is adjacent to RD 108, but I don't think it's part of RD 108. So very close to a VA participant, but I think not technically a part of that district. Interestingly, the local county and the Groundwater Sustainability Agency have both sued to block the transfer. Janie Perry with the state contractors posted a serious concern about this. It confirms not just the LAO concerns, but the concerns that I highlighted in my building blocks white paper about the unreliability of transfers to the environment. I don't know how that litigation is going to turn out, but it's certainly important to keep an eye on. Second and third concerns, the LAO flagged, will the Bureau remain a reliable VA participant, and will the federal government provide sufficient funding? As we speak, the Bureau is considering a proposal to declare the salmon restoration work of the CVPIA complete, which would slash restoration funding and slash federal restoration. Obviously, huge implications for the VAs. I don't know where they're going to land. They may choose not to declare the CVPI complete, but the fact that the Bureau is seriously considering that proposal highlights that it is extraordinarily unlikely the Bureau is going to provide an additional $740 million for VA implementation, as is called for in the VA budget. Later this morning, you'll hear testimony from Baykeeper regarding an additional signal that the federal government is not going to be a good faith participant in the VAs, and its upcoming problems regarding temperature protections. And just in the interest of time, I will let Baykeeper testify on that. But both of those developments really highlight that the Bureau remains not a credible VA participant and will not provide VA funding. Fourth concern. New water projects could undermine future base flows under the voluntary agreements without naming any particular projects because of the board's rules. Board hearing officer has issued a proposed order regarding a large water project in the Sacramento Valley, which would reduce flows at key times, particularly during spring outmigration, a time when the VAs seek to add flows. This development highlights that even if the VAs provide all of the water they promise, which seems extraordinarily unlikely, without a requirement to protect base flows, the VAs would be pouring environmental water into a bucket with no bottom. If water users can add a small amount of new environmental water and then divert far more water with new storage, conveyance, and groundwater recharge projects, the result would likely and predictably be worse conditions than today. Given those new developments, what should the board do? Three recommendations, and then I'll close. Write to the Bureau, and I've said this before, ask them explicitly if they will implement VA pumping reductions, if they'll provide funding required by the VAs. I believe they're unlikely to do that. Remember, this is a settlement. These were originally called the voluntary settlement agreements. I have never heard of any agency approving a vague and unenforceable settlement when the largest of the settling parties will not tell you that they'll implement the deal. It would be extraordinarily cynical and dangerous. Please write to the Bureau. Ask them if they're going to implement the VAs. Second, if you don't abandon the VAs, at least adopt an approach like Alternative 6A or another mechanism to protect existing flows. The board needs to avoid this problem of creating a bucket for environmental water that has no bottom. And then finally, continue developing the funding and habitat restoration milestones and other mechanisms that allow a rapid adoption of a traditional unimpaired flow regulatory approach. The VAs are going to fail, and you're going to need that backstop. This is an extraordinary test for the credibility of the Water Board. I've been working with the Water Board for 40 years, and frankly, given where they stand today, the adoption to VAs would be the most cynical, frankly, shameful thing the board has done during those 4 decades. This decision is going to be your legacy. Please don't go down this road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I do appreciate your comments. I'd like to engage with you on a back and forth around this, but being respectful to the rest of the board members and the fact that this isn't currently calendared, just thank you for your comments and look forward to what I know is further engagement as this board considers the Bay Delta Plan update. So thank you.
Thanks so much.
Next, I'd like to call up Christy Ralston, be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer, then Julie Freitas, Doug Freitas, and our last commenter will be Martin Gothberg.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Christy Ralston. I'm an attorney for San Francisco Baykeeper, and I'm here today to call on this board to take prompt and decisive action in response to the Bureau of Reclamation's announced plans to violate the 2024 National Marine Fisheries Service biological opinion for the Central Valley Project and its related likely violations of permits issued by this board for the operation of Shasta Reservoir and other key components of the Central Valley Project. This board has conditioned its permits for Reclamation's operations of Shasta Reservoir on Reclamation's achievement of maintaining a maximum daily average temperature of 56 degrees at Red Bluff Diversion Dam, whenever higher temperatures would harm the fishery. Importantly, the requirements of Reclamation's water rights permits take precedence over any contractual obligations for water deliveries that Reclamation may have. Last month, during meetings for the Fish and Water Operations Group, as well for the Sacramento River Pulse Flows Planning Group, Reclamation stated that it intended to operate Shasta Reservoir in the next several months, such that storage at the end of this month will be 3.916 million acre feet. Under the 2024 BIOP, an end of April storage level of over 3.7 million acre feet triggers an end of September storage amount of at least 2.4 million acre feet, and the most robust protections for the salmon fishery. However, Reclamation currently intends to end September approximately 15% below this amount. As a result, Reclamation plans to undertake less protective actions regarding biological goals and temperature management objectives for the Sacramento River than are required. One example of these less stringent requirements would be targeting temperature control upstream of the Clear Creek gauge rather than downstream of the Clear Creek gauge as required. In short, less cold water habitat for salmon than should exist given the amount of water in Shasta Reservoir right now. The consequences of Reclamation ignoring the mandates of the 2024 BIOP and the conditions that this board has set forth in Water Rights Order 90-5 are immense. In past years, when protective temperature controls were not maintained, there was near complete mortality of winter run Chinook salmon. In those years, mortality of fall run, the backbone of the California salmon fishery, was often higher than it was for winter run. Spring run Chinook salmon spawning in the Sacramento River were also devastated by these high temperatures. The board cannot allow this to happen again. This board must request that Reclamation provide information immediately regarding Reclamation's temperature management plan for the summer and fall of 2026, and if necessary, take action to ensure that Reclamation's water deliveries do not impede its ability to provide protective cold water flows this spring and summer. This board must demand compliance with Water Rights Order 90-5, the Central Valley Basin Plan, and the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. And finally, this board must ensure that Reclamation not just adopt a legal temperature management plan, but actually comply with it. This board cannot rely on Reclamation's compliance with the Endangered Species Act because Reclamation does not intend to comply with it. It violated export rules last year, and it intends to violate temperature rules this year. Furthermore, Water Rights Order 90-5 protects more than endangered fishes. It protects the salmon fishery and the public trust. Reducing required temperature protections for any of the Sacramento River's Chinook salmon runs is intolerable in a year where reservoir storage is at its maximum. The salmon fishery may reopen next season for the first time in 3 years. Do not let Reclamation's mismanagement cause significant excess mortality that will lead to its closure once again. Do not allow continued impacts to listed winter run and spring run Chinook salmon. Enforce your own permits, stand up for California, and protect the Bay Delta estuary. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate your comments this morning, Ms. Ralston. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Dreckmeyer.
Thank you. Good to see you, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm the Policy Director for Yosemite Rivers Alliance. Appreciate the opportunity to comment. Just wanted to share a little information on urban water management plans. They're due every 5 years and due to DWR on July 1st. I don't think DWR does much with them, but they are an opportunity for the community to engage with their water providers. And what we found is that demand projections are going to be over-projected once again, some quite significantly. The drivers for that are very aggressive growth projections. Basically, some of them acknowledge that it's an outside envelope because if all proposed projects get developed, this is what demand's going to be. Second is a failure to incorporate the rising cost of water in demand. As the price rises, people look for alternatives. They make retrofits. They swap out their lawns with climate appropriate plants. And so demand goes down, sales then go down, so they have to raise the unit price, and it's a cycle. And the third is failure to take into consideration the impact of droughts on long-term demand. What happens during droughts is demand drops quite a bit, but it never quite recovers to where it was before. For the San Francisco PUC, there's an additional issue, and this is related to their design drought, which you've heard about before. So in an urban water management plan, you have to show what would happen if you had a repeat of your driest 5-year sequence. And most other agencies look at 5 years, maybe 6 years. A lot of them plan for the 6-year drought of record, 87 to 92. What the SFPUC does is they take that 87 to 92, and then they add the driest 2 years on record, 76, 77, which where they got hardly any water. So they have to stretch 6 years worth of water to 8 years. And then they just selectively take 5 of those years to show extreme rationing. Now, the design drought, it has a return period of 8,000 years. It's 19 times less likely to happen than what other major water agencies are planning for, the 6-year drought of record. So if they were to plan for just their 5 driest year sequence, they could manage it with their inflated demand projections, with the Bay Delta plan in place, without requiring any rationing. With rationing, they could do it 6 years. And you're not going to make decisions on this, but you are going to make decisions on phase 1. And I really hope you'll take into consideration the information that we're going to provide to you on that, or continue to provide to you. They do use their urban water management plan projections and all the documents they sent to the State Water Board, to FERC, so they're all very inflated. And we're doing our best to uncover it. We probably won't get the SFPUC to change the way they calculate things, but we do hope it'll have an influence on you. Thanks for the time.
Good to see you. Appreciate the comments here. Good, and thanks for your continued contributions here, Mr. Dreckmeyer. It's appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Julie Freitas, then Doug Freitas, and then our last public forum commenter will be Martin Gothberg.
Mute. Chairman Escobar, Vice Chair, and members of the board, good morning. I'm Julie Freitas, a proud farmer in the Kings County. I have spent the last 5 days trying to get on the GEARS program. My husband and I went to the workshop on April 16th, and we met Amanda and Nicholas, who we were with for 2 hours. They tried to get us on, but they were unsuccessful. This board expects the farmers in our community to register our wells and water. How can we do that when the website doesn't work? We have many older farmers who do not have an email address, let alone a computer. You are mandating that they can only sign up online with this hard deadline of May 1st. What do you expect them to do? This has caused so much stress in their lives. So this is what I need from this board. I need a website that is working and functional. I recommend an extension to the deadline sign up in GEARS, not only for South Fort Kings GSA, but for all the GSAs in the Tulare Lake Subbasin. And I expect this board to be fair to all the disadvantaged communities, all nationalities, which includes me. Chairman Escobar, A small group of us farmers had a Zoom meeting with you and Senator Grove. We asked you or some of your team to come visit us to see what's going on. That invitation is still open. With that being said, I need to go to work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well, Ms. Freitas. I don't know, Mr. Ekdahl, if you want to comment. I know there's been some reports of challenges with the website. I know part of that was ESRI being down for a day, but have you heard of persistent issues with folks signing on? I know a number of folks have been able to sign on, so trying to make sure we do address folks' concerns.
At this point, there was one day where, due to an ESRI issue, staff were unable, or not staff, but folks were unable to log on for about 22 hours or so, maybe a little less, but that was resolved early last week. And to my knowledge, I'm unaware of other significant issues that are preventing people from logging on. I'm going to reach out to staff and see if they have a bit more information on this specific case.
Great, thank you. Look forward to further follow-up, Ms. Freitas, and appreciate your commenting here at the board this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Doug Freitas.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for allowing this time. I am impressed with the investment that our state is doing for all these special programs. And of course, I'm a farmer. I farmed my first crop in 1975, actually 74, probably a little before some of you were born on this board. What I ask you to do today is invest in our ag community, especially the people that have experience at the ground floor. Call on us. Let us share our experiences with ag and water and growing crops. Our ag products are a $300 billion industry annually. This is something that produces a revenue for the state. And just a reminder, it's a revenue, it's not a deficit. But with that said, I'd like to comment on something. Our particular area has a high water table. I'm in the South Fork Kings GSA. We passed our 218 to produce fees. The 218 fee is $9.80 an acre. You know, my well registration fees are going to be $6,000 in total on 300 acres, and my 218 fees are only $3,000. We farm 300 acres if we do the math. We have multiple wells for the shallow water that we pump. They're only pumping 50 gallons to 75, sometimes 100 gallons a minute. But this is the best water, and the best use for this water is growing crops. High in nitrates, unpalatable, unable to meet state drinking standards, and we use it to grow and produce fruit and vegetables. This is a representative of thousands of farmers in our area, especially close to the Kings River. So I beg, make an investment on what we're talking about. I wasn't going to comment on the gears, but since my wife did, we have spent at least 16 hours we're willing to register our wells. We've registered with our GSA. We're willing to make these steps and commit to pay our fees. Are the fees fair? It's up to you guys, but I have approximately 20 wells on 300 acres. Other neighbors, same situation. They have to have multiple wells. The deep water in our areas, high in salts, high in nitrates, high in sodium. We cannot use that feasibly on our crops. How can we solve this problem? In an investment, you go back to the source, you study it, you refine it. Please invest in agriculture. We all go down to the store every day and eat. We only have about 57 to 74 days of viable food supply in storage. If we continue to stop and not put our heads together to find solutions to satisfy the fish, to satisfy the contaminants that are in our ground, to grow food, we will be devastated in our nation. Thank you so much for your time too. I do appreciate you guys, and I didn't come on to make anyone feel guilty, because you're in a very important position. I want to express my feelings of gratitude towards you guys. Please, please listen to and invest in agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Freitas. I do appreciate you addressing the board, and know that we're all collectively here looking to make sure we are supporting families, communities, and importantly, our collective ability to manage through what are continuing pressures we know, both on our groundwater and surface water supplies. So hopefully, folks, when you take a look at the work the board has done across the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, say particularly in various communities, we are here to work with folks. So appreciate you addressing the board, and just thank you. Appreciate the continued engagement. And we will circle back here very soon on the GEARS issues that you two have brought up with your personal accounts. So look forward to further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Martin Gothberg, and we have one more public forum commenter, Nicole Whipple.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Martin Gothberg, and I'll keep this short out of respect for your time. First of all, I want to echo my congratulations to the 9 employees who were honored today for their diligence and being hardworking state employees. I think it's wonderful for the public to hear that and see it be honored. So I'm calling today the community of environmental volunteers have high hopes that the State Water Resources Control Board will do the right thing with respect to the Bay Delta Plan implementation, given that the San Francisco Bay Delta is one of the largest estuaries and highly endangered ecosystem. Okay, we continue to starve our rivers of flow, benefiting agriculture and all of us. A small part of our economy uses 80% of our water, but very important, but also industry and households that use the remaining 20%. Now, the SFPUC 8.5-year arbitrary design drought that Peter Dreckmeyer described well, used for planning and policy, further starves our rivers and leads to hoarding of water behind dams, creating a system of always acting as if we were in a drought, only to dump massive amounts of water during years. The Bay Delta Plan, I believe, will fix that, as it will force water management and conservation efforts better than the VAs or water management plans required of TID, MID every 5 years. In my view, the worst case for the BDT implementation is not that we will run out of water, as SFPUC is wanting to always claim. Rather, it could mean that we all need to quickly become much more efficient across all uses. And there are plenty of opportunities for doing so. So to echo Barry Nelson, please be mindful of what you want your legacy to be. And thank you all for your hard work and your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gothberg. Appreciate those comments, and definitely am being mindful. I believe Ms. Whipple is not currently on the platform. And to the extent, Ms. Whipple, you're looking to make general comments here in public forum, glad to try to open things up later for a quick public forum comment. But I think for now, that wraps our public forum commenters. Again, really do appreciate everyone that's addressing the... Okay. Oh, great. Ms. Whipple just got on the platform. Well, great. We'll give a quick moment for her to kind of get settled, and we'll call her up. Ms. Whipple, we just we're starting to wrap on public forum. Glad you were able to pop on the platform. You should be invited to unmute and/or come on camera. Give you a quick moment here. Ms. Whipple, it looks like, oh, there you are.
There, yeah. My
Hey,
apologies.
good morning. Oh, no apologies in the
Mahim,
least.
Mahim, Santa Monica, Kanema, Nicole Anna, Round Valley K Anna. My name is Nicole Whipple. I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, and I thank you graciously for the time and opportunity to provide some public comment. I too am very invested in the the Bay Delta and the work that is being done moving forward. And, I just would like to share, my concerns, my continued um, support for finding a viable way to work past the VA process. This VA process completely diminishes the existing laws that we have already established with the state of California in respect to tribal interest. We are currently facing a dilemma where our Indigenous First People are not being included in all of the conversations surrounding this huge, as a previous commenter had spoken, one of the biggest estuaries and a very beautiful source to California. I recently had the opportunity to travel to Southern California, and in my comments before, I think I have expressed how I am a little embarrassed to admit that, I am a bit of a water snob coming from the far north. And not, I guess, Brown Valley isn't considered particularly the far north, but we are in Northern California where our water is everything to us. And, I've had to come to recognize that as I speak on the water and the waterways and all of our tribes connected to the far north, I'm speaking to the majority who have never experienced having such beautiful rivers and clean water as while we speak of what we know has been taken away and what is in jeopardy, the majority of the state has not even had the experience or the history to know what it is that what we're actually fighting for and what it means to us. And in my experience of driving to Southern California over this past week, and it was so heartening and heartbreaking to see water, no water in creeks, in the diversions, to see oil rigs everywhere, multiple green energy implementation that is the being and the reason why our water sources in the north are in jeopardy. And so I just ask you to really consider, take the time if you have to drive from, like I spent 10 hours in the car driving from the north to the south end of the state and having to see what it is and who it is that's fighting for our water, for my family's being in our lifeway. And it's really discerning and disheartening to say the least. My children helped me take pictures for my work, for my future public comments and presentations. And as they opened the car to smell, in the car, we could smell the feces of cow feces. And they were just like, how do we get out of this? How do people get out of this smell? And I told them, if you're smelling it, you're breathing in the toxins. We pull up to the oil rigs and they jump out and they're so amazed, like, wow, what is that? They look like grasshoppers and, they're kind of amazed, but acknowledging the fact that it's dangerous. And when they open the door, all we smell is the toxic oils in our car. And so those are the things that I think need to be really brought into perspective. I've shared before, like I feel like these diversions and these water sources that we're creating to mitigate other areas are more to me like a way of keeping the health industry going because we continue to feed our family and our people cancer and toxins through these reservoirs. But the other two other areas I'd really like to, ask you to consider are the greenhouse or the methane emissions that are not accounted for in these reservoirs as we move forward trying to fight climate crisis abroad. Another very important space, another area of interest that I would like you to consider when we talk about fire mitigation, and the use of water. The LA County fires happened not too long ago, and the EPA, wrote on how the disposal of all of the green energy lithium batteries was how much work that was going to take and what it takes to get rid of and dispose of those, and the process in which those lithium batteries of our green energy were the cause of why some of the fires were not being able to put out. And just want you to realize that our wildland firefighters are going out there to fight electrical fires like those that would be, in a city because of these green energy. And you can't fight um, electrical fires with water. So when we're saying these organizations are asking for water to fight fires that are created by electrical lithium batteries and then not able to be put out, let's be realistic. You can't go in fighting electric fire with water. And so I will close with that and would just like, to really reconsider, especially our tribal interests and better land
Thank you.
management.
Thank you so much. Appreciate those comments this morning, Ms. Whipple, and thanks for the continued engagement. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Right. Thanks again to all our public forum commenters. Much appreciated. With that concluding, brings us to our first item of board business, which is consideration of the board meeting minutes from the April 7th and 8th board meeting. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's any adjustments to it, then otherwise I think we're ready for a motion.
Move to adopt the minutes.
Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Excuse me. Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo? Aye. Board Member Firestone? Aye. Board Member Morgan? Aye. And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Board meeting minutes, vote is unanimous. Board meeting minutes are adopted. All right, that brings us to item number 2, which is an uncontested item, but I do see we have a couple of commenters. We won't do a full presentation on the item, but we'll just have Mr. Polhamus introduce it and then hear from our 2 commenters. Many
Morning, Board
thanks.
Chair.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm Deputy Director Darren Polhamus. Oh, thank you. And I'm backwards today. I do have my staff here to answer questions if we want, but we are basically making a small change to the cross-connection control policy handbook. As you know, we get to make changes with this. We have a special statute that allows us to basically have a force of regulation through this process, which is a blessing because, it was a big change. We've got all these little adjustments to make, and it's really, I think, beneficial for that. A couple quick changes today where we're adjusting the name of the agencies that can do accreditation and a couple other small things. Why don't we go to the commenter and take the comment, but certainly if you have questions, we can have staff jump up. And I will note that we did have a lot of comments before we brought this to you in an informal process, and we can go through those as well if you so desire. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Just looking to see in case there's any questions from board members, but absent those, I'd like to call up Megan Murphy and then be followed by Pransanth Ramakrishnan.
Good morning, members of the board and staff. I'm Megan Murphy, Senior Regulatory Advocate with the California Municipal Utilities Association, or CMUA. CMUA represents 86 publicly owned electric, water, and wastewater utilities statewide, providing water service to 75% of Californians. My sincere apologies for commenting on an uncontested item, but the cross-connection control policy handbook is just such an important issue for CMUA members. When I meet with some of the amazing water agencies that CMUA represents, the handbook consistently, time and time again, comes up as a priority item. Our members have so many questions, concerns, and changes they would like to see that we believe would maintain an equivalent level of public health protection while improving clarity, efficiency, and feasibility of the implementation of the handbook. In regards to today's proposed changes related to the accrediting organizations and the criteria for the ongoing use of existing double check valve assemblies, first, we appreciate the intent of the proposed changes. And second, we suggest allowing for the replacement and repair of double check valves in low hazard situations and where an air gap or reduced pressure may not be practical, and leaving that under the discretion of the public water system. Additionally, we are very supportive. I was happy to see that DDW is now conducting quarterly advisory committee meetings, which is a great start and a good help. However, the group is quite limited, and so CMUA requests that there are broader opportunities, especially for the members of the regulated community, to participate in this advisory committee. And finally, I'd like to take the opportunity to highlight that there are several other more significant changes that warrant consideration, and we've outlined those in a written comment letter submitted February 19th. So I'm here today to ask the State Water Board to allocate the support and resources needed for those further improvements to the handbook so it can be effectively implemented. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you as well, Ms. Murphy. I appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up Mr. Ramakrishnan.
Hi, I'm Prashant Ramakrishnan with International Accreditation Service. I serve as Director of Accreditation Programs for IAS, and we endorse the changes proposed for the cross-connection control policy handbook and inclusion of other accreditation bodies on page 1 and 2 of the document. And just want to mention that. Thank you once again for incorporating the new language in the document. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ramakrishnan. All right. I appreciate the two commenters. Looking to fellow board colleagues, I'm still supportive. And may be helpful, actually, to hear Mr. Polhamus when the next sort of round of updates might be coming. It sounds like there are maybe some other outstanding issues. Just wondering kind of what the pace might be that, adjustments by being made or folks can kind of expect or, understand when, other items might necessarily be addressed.
Yeah, fair question. And just for everybody's kind of grounding and understanding, the cross-connection control program does not have dedicated resources. We put it on top of our everyday work. It's kind of a consequence of this starting back actually before the program even came to the water board. And so we missed our opportunity at that time. We may in the future want to consider seeking resources as it continues to grow, but we do the best we can with what we have. That said, the team is working on several other issues. We are aware of those and we'll continue to bring those forward. At the pace we've been, we seem to be before you at least twice a year to get adjustments made. And I would, anticipate trying to contemplate having something again in the fall. And we were here last fall with some other changes too. We just take off bites that we can do. These were some easy ones to get before you now. The other ones start to get a little more difficult into question. And we'll obviously brief you through those and try to get to them. But we do know they're there. We're not stopping. We're just doing the best we can with on top of the staff time we have.
Much appreciation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that as well. I was just wondering, Ms. Murphy brought up the request about the quarterly advisory committee meetings. Can you speak a little bit to that and if there's ways to bring in a few more folks to that discussion to help weigh in on proposed changes?
Yeah, so we do continuously adjust the team members on our kind of internal DDW committee that we have going and are always seeking volunteers. With kind of, obviously have to branch across all the things the division's working on, and we're taking on the water tap project, which will be a huge, huge workload for us to do that computer update. And so I would not anticipate being to expand it broadly at this point. In fact, that's already drawing probably from some of the same experts we're using in cross-connection control as we go forward. So maybe after that would be a possibility. I definitely understand where they're at, and we will try to work on the critical items as we can. But I think kind of the pace we're at is about what we're capable of at the moment.
Thank you, board member. Anything further from folks at the dais? And if not, I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll move to adopt.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the resolution is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Bolhamus, and thanks for folks that I know continue to contribute to the Cross Connection Control Handbook. Well, it's appreciated. All right, that brings us to item number 3, and this is now an item from our Division of Financial Assistance regarding guidelines to administer Prop 4 funding for the U.S.-Mexico border. I'll give a quick moment for folks to swap out. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Jennifer Toney, the Division of Financial Assistance. Here with me today, I have Bridget Chase, also from the Division of Financial Assistance, and Helen Wooler from the Office of Chief Counsel. And we're here to present our Prop 4 United States-Mexico Border Grant Program guidelines. Next slide, please. The topics we're going to cover today are the funding timeline. We're going to go through a brief overview of our Prop 4 guidelines, our comments received, and our proposed changes to our guidelines, and also the proposed changes to the scoring criteria. Next slide, please. So here's an overview of our funding timeline. We did post the draft guidelines February 2nd. Our public comment period ran from February 2nd through March 13th, and during this time we held 2 workshops, one in San Diego on March 5th and one in Calexico on March 6th. And here today, we're here for the board consideration of the adoption of the guidelines. If that happens today, we are anticipating the solicitation for applications running from June through August of this year. And we are anticipating only one solicitation for this program. Once that solicitation closes, we're going to score and rank the applications in the fall and prepare our project funding list. We'll notify applicants when they're on the funding list, and they will have a few additional items that are listed in Appendix D of the guidelines to submit. Once they submit these items, then we'll start issuing the funding agreements, and we are projecting that that will happen early in 2027. Next slide, please. So here's our overview of the guidelines. We do have $46.1 million available to projects. The projects must address water quality problems arising in the California-Mexico cross-border rivers and coastal waters. We can fund, with this funding, it's unique, we can fund projects in Mexico, but they have to have a documented water quality benefit to California and its residents. And these 3 bullet points come from the bond, and then the last 3 on this slide are our proposed policy recommendations. We are recommending having grant funds for 2 types of projects, the first being planning and research, and the second being implementation. Our proposed maximum for planning and research projects is $750,000, and the guidelines also state that we will use no more than $3 million for these types of projects. Our proposed maximum for our implementation grants is $10 million. Next slide, please. And so Appendix C has our scoring criteria. There are 4 scoring tables, and I do have them at the end of these slides if we need to pull them up with the proposed changes and red line strikeout, just in case we have questions on them. But I thought we would go through this. This first slide goes through our project scoring table, which is probably we had the most questions on during our workshops and comment letters. And for the project scoring table, we have it categorized by resource or impact, or as I like to describe it, project types. The first 3 are our implementation project types. So we have water quality improvement projects, infrastructure improvement projects, and our habitat restoration and rehabilitation projects. And our water quality improvement projects are scoring slightly higher in our project scoring table. And then lastly, we have our planning and research project type. So once the project is categorized in these resource or impacts, then they are scored based on whether they're corrective projects, preventative, and improvement, with corrective having the highest score, then preventative and improvement. So the corrective projects are defined as projects that assist in correcting a water quality standard that is being violated. Preventative is projects that assist in preventing a future water quality violation or measurable impairment. And then if a project does not fit into either corrective or preventative, then it would be classified as an improvement project. Next slide, please. And then our last three scoring tables, as I like to describe them to our potential applicants, contain items that are optional but can help boost your total project score. And so you can receive additional points if your project benefits a disadvantaged community or a severely disadvantaged community. If there's coordination with a binational or Mexican government agency to make your project more effective. If your project is mentioned in a binational agreement or a water board adopted implementation strategy. You can get additional points if your project has a longer useful life. Also, if you've identified and have a source of funding for operation and maintenance. And for Prop 4, match is not required. But Prop 4 also states that we should prioritize projects that leverage local funding. So in order to do this, we added an additional point for projects that are providing a match of at least 5%. And the only requirement for match is the bilateral financial institutions have to provide at least a 50% federal match. That's the only required match in Prop 4 for this funding source. And then our readiness scoring table also has additional points if you have draft or final environmental documents, and then additional points based on the percentage of design that is completed. And again, these categories right here are optional, so if applicants don't have them, that's okay. It's just a way to boost their total maximum score. Next slide, please. So we received 8 comment letters. The majority of the comments were related to our Appendix C, the scoring and definitions. We had a request for advance pay, revisions to eligible expenses, revisions to definitions in Appendix C, and a request to increase the maximum grant amounts. Next slide, please. So in response to these comments, these are the changes that are in the main body of the guidelines. We did add the advance pay language and a link to the guidance document. We added clarifications to our eligible expenses. We added a link to the California Natural Resource Agency guidance document. This guidance document helps applicants and DFA classify projects as disadvantaged or severely disadvantaged. There's a mapping tool in that guidance document. And then also there are questions that help us determine if the project provides meaningful benefits to disadvantaged communities and severely disadvantaged communities. And California Natural Resource Agency is our bond coordinator. So we do have to report the percentage of funds that go to disadvantaged communities and severely disadvantaged communities and provide these meaningful benefits. So we added all those questions to the guidelines and also to the application form. And then also not on this slide that we wanted to point out that was added to the guidelines is we added that the deputy director will ensure that at least one project from each river is on the fundable list when we're developing that. Next slide, please. So here's a list of all the scoring changes that we are proposing to make to our Appendix C. We lowered our planning and research scores, and I should state that all of these scoring changes were based on the comment letters received and comments that we got during our workshops. We received quite a few requests for tiered scoring for disadvantaged communities and severely disadvantaged communities. In our original draft that was posted, we just had, 1 point category for both of these, and then now we have severely disadvantaged communities receiving more points than disadvantaged communities. We added additional points for projects addressing public health threats, additional points for projects that are providing multiple benefits with their project. And now we have tiered scoring for useful life. Projects with 10 to 20 years get a point, and then if you have a useful life more than 20 years, there are additional points for that. We did receive many comments that our readiness score was weighted too high. And so in order to reduce that, we removed the questions revolving around the construction permits. And so with all those changes, the maximum score available did change to 30. Next slide, please. And we also are here today with a change sheet number 1. And the change sheet was done because we have a new link for the advanced pay guidance document. That document is getting updated, and we wanted to ensure that when our applicants or our future recipients go to click on that link, that it's not broken. So when it gets updated and posted, now we have a link to the program website. We did have a clarification on costs that were not reimbursable. And we did add an additional point to projects mitigating public health. With all the scoring changes that we had, we wanted to ensure that projects that mitigate public health do score the highest. And then we did add that the Air Resources Control Board can certify a public health threat. And that is a change that was done in Appendix C. And that concludes my presentation. And I can answer questions. And then again, I do have those scoring tables available if you want me to kind of dive deeper into the scoring tables, because I know there's a lot of comments and questions on those scoring tables.
Appreciate that. We'll see if we need to start to unpack those a bit, but just a lot of thanks for the work that's gone on to this. It's not, I've cautioned folks, and as we know, this isn't a lot of money. 50 million can go very quickly, especially between the two border communities that the dollars can go, and there's just an incredible amount of need. But glad to be able to have these resources, glad that, the guidelines have been developed, and I think give us a fair opportunity to just solicit additional projects. And to the extent that folks don't end up being able to, tap this pot, I just keep reminding folks that we do have other resources. And so it's a good opportunity nonetheless to really just generate what projects might be out there and what projects we could potentially fund with even other sources. So just thanks for all the work that's gone in. I know there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of interest for sure. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions or comments off the bat. I believe we do have one commenter for the item. We can hear from them if not. And so let's go ahead and call up Jonathan Clay. Good to see you this morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. I'm a little scared to touch this. Can I? Otherwise, I'm doing the giraffe kind of thing here. Good morning, Chair, board members. Jonathan Clay here on behalf of the County of San Diego. Just want to say greatly appreciate the time board members, staff have spent with us as we've tried to navigate those issues at that southern border. You heard from my supervisor back in the fall about the public health crisis that we're facing down there. Unfortunately, with pumps having shut down in Mexico, we are facing in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, again, public health crisis where people are being severely impacted by emissions coming from pollution in the Tijuana River. With that said, we greatly appreciate how quickly the board has been moving, especially now that the APA process has been waived. So thank you very much. We have many projects that are ready to go, and we'll definitely be able to put this funding to use. We also greatly appreciate staff's incorporation of comments by the county on the draft regs, so thank you. Just wanted to flag here today that one of the biggest projects that will have the best and most impactful change for public health is project called Saturn Boulevard. It's an extremely expensive project at around $25 million. The County of San Diego has already dedicated $2.6 million just for the design and construction phase. That's with us facing likely a $300 million deficit as a county as we deal with changes at the federal level. But it's a huge issue. We need to move forward. So with that in mind, we would just sort of respectfully ask that the board maybe consider looking at that max cap for individual projects. Right now, that is at $10 million. I think when you'll see a unified list of projects coming from San Diego as a region, my guess is Saturn Boulevard will be at the top of that. But one observation is if the cap is raised and then that list of projects come forward, the board could decide, well, maybe it should get a bigger amount, or maybe you keep it at a lower amount as you weigh all the different projects that are coming forward together at that point. So, but just wanted to raise our concern about that cap amount. And again, thank you guys very much for the opportunity to speak today and all the help and support you've been giving us through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. I appreciate that. And I do, have been tracking the Saturn Boulevard project and do know how important it is for human health and especially the communities directly surrounding the river there. The hydrogen sulfide numbers are alarming. And so just thank you. I appreciate that. I know, the challenge is, trying to figure out what's fair, knowing that that 25 million price tag would take half of the entire amount. And just wondering, I'd like to hear from other board members on kind of where they feel. I feel the cap at 10 million is probably the right call. My only concern, my concern with raising it, say, and would the request be that it be raised to 25, I guess? Is that the desire, or is it somewhere in the middle? And then that's where, again, we start to get into kind of a back and forth that I'm not sure if we did go ahead and raise it, what that discretion would look like at the, say, deputy director level, or how we would kind of work that out. I'm feeling 10 is the right call, but helpful to hear, I guess, if the request is for it to be raised to the full 25, or kind of what was thinking, what was the thinking there?
I think the direction I was given was to try and look at the total project amount. That said, as you've already heard, we're bringing local dollars to the table. There's going to be other partners coming forward with this. So I think anything that the board could consider above that 10 million would be appreciated. But fully understanding that, 25 million, that is more than half of the total project amount when you figure in admin fees and all that stuff. So trying to be mindful of all this.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate, again, the great advocacy and work. Looking to kind of hear from board members generally how folks are feeling, but thank you. Really appreciate it. Vice Chair.
Well, I have some just very general thoughts on this. In my briefing, I just kept focusing on everything looked great, except I kept coming back to public health. And so this project really stands out, as you've already noted, Chair, regarding the potential for public health benefits. And I think that's really that's the main driver. And so I'm open to the 10, I'm open to an adjustment, but my main concern again is public health and just wanting to make sure that we haven't created a structure. I also favor, making sure both rivers get some dollars and equitable distribution. But again, going back to the public health of impacts of that one project and not being familiar with the other projects that are out there. Should just want to flag that so that we can have maybe a more open discussion. And I appreciate being able to talk with my colleagues about this.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate those thoughts.
And
Board Member Firestone.
Can you just remind us, and maybe staff can just jump in. I mean, this is definitely a policy question, but is there, can you just give us more information about things we should think about in terms of implications of raising the cap to, say, even 25, as when we still would have a, the addition of making sure that we're at least funding one project on each river? Because I do think that it's better to get a project done than partially fund and not get a project, not be able to get projects done, if it would have a big impact. I definitely, don't feel comfortable having the full amount go to one project. So and that's a lot, but I would love to hear kind of if staff have considerations we should think about as we're weighing this.
Mr. Karkowski.
Is it on? Okay. Joe Karkowski, Deputy Director, Division of Financial Assistance. And to guide sort of the response to that question, I think the one thing we didn't touch on is kind of what we know so far in terms of total number of projects and total dollar amount. So you're hearing about one project that certainly is very important, but that's part of a solicitation, right? Is you get an idea of the full universe, and it's sort of hard to anticipate upfront what all of that's going to look like. All of those different factors that are being considered in terms of the ranking and scoring. Because certainly, the project the county is pointing out, I've gone there, seen it. It's certainly an important issue to deal with. It's also probably got a fairly long timeline as well. So that's another thing to consider, and that staff would consider for any project that came before us. So, certainly an option. As you're thinking through this, in general, you provide the deputy director the discretion. An option can always be, prior to that decision being made, have the deputy director come provide the board with the proposed list of projects. You can always, we do this with drinking water and clean water projects, provide some sort of a softish cap. We've done that before, right? Sort of this is the general cap, but under these circumstances, there can be consideration to raising it to a higher amount. And I'm sure the county is working very hard as well to look at other funding sources too, to put together a total package. But anyway, just some things for you all to think about, and maybe staff can provide a little more context on total number of projects and dollar amounts that we're aware of so far.
Yeah, appreciate that, Mr. Karkowski. Yeah, anything worth kind of elevating from what you know on projects? It's Tony.
Yeah, I mean, I can, when we started out this process, we were thinking about taking a recommended list to the board. And so we have kind of an idea. I mean, right now we know of at least 20 projects that could come in for the solicitation. So, I mean, there is a great need for this funding. And so when we were developing that max grant, we did try to balance the need versus the high cost for construction, which is difficult. It's a balancing act.
Yeah, the dollars don't go as far
Right.
as they used to, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I can look up the total value if we need it, but.
Well, hearing that and kind of looking to board members, what I would be comfortable with, I think might be helpful is to provide a bit of a soft cap, some flexibility essentially for the deputy director to go above that 10 million mark, and with then briefing to board members, kind of a circle back with us, kind of get a gut check around what came in, what the potential is, and again, if there's an ability to go above the 10 million, and if the Saturn project is one of them, again, we'll leave it to the criteria and solicitation to really kind of game that out. Then, just some flexibility now so that we can consider that at that point, I think would be helpful. So not sure what language might look best for that, but I think, again, just indicating that the 10 million is a soft cap, the deputy director can go above, and that there would be a touch point with the board in briefing the projects to understand if we're comfortable with that at that moment, I think could be good, process-wise. Okay. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Appreciate this discussion. This is something that actually I was a little curious about during my briefing, is just the world of the projects and how it come with the cap. So I'm in favor of the soft cap also. So just so we can see and really move forward, as the Vice Chair said, the public health projects, and really also to go to Board Member Firestone's point of the projects that we can move forward, and versus spreading out the money really thin and not seeing as much of an impact as quick. And so with that, also just looking at this project, but potentially other projects that are coming in with multiple matches, really trying to pull together funding. I would also be in favor of just, and I know you guys do this, but as you're looking at it, if we're having a project that is that way, if there's also where we can look at our other funding sources to see if we can make a project whole that is going to have that a real public health impact, to where we can also look at ways of making the project whole, whether it is Prop 4 or it's other funding sources that we have, to really keep projects moving forward that have momentum behind them.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, I certainly share the interest in the addressing public health concerns as best we can. On the other hand, I'm trying to balance that with the fact that this is only $46 million. And I've been on both rivers and I've seen the needs that are out there. And I'm aware of there's a long list of projects in the several $100 million range already. And I'm just not familiar with what else is out there. So my reaction actually is that 10 million is a pretty reasonable number as a cap at this time. Because I think one thing that's important is to set reasonable expectations for folks coming in when they're identifying their project and thinking about other funding sources and what they need to bring to the table. If we kind of leave it out there as an open-ended maximum, it might be a little bit confusing and also make it difficult to make those final decisions at the end of the day. So I understand where my colleagues are coming from. I'm not going to stand in the way of moving forward if you want to add some flexibility, but my personal opinion is that the cap as proposed is appropriate for this particular solicitation.
I appreciate that, Board Member. Looking to get a better sense then for the rest of the board, if they're looking for flexibility here, or they just want to keep with the hard cap.
Oh yeah, no, I think I think it's helpful to have a cap generally, as Board Member McGuire said, to have a target and clarify expectations. But I think in this case, we really don't want to overly restrict our options once the scoring comes in and we see how that all plays out. So I definitely support the, however we do language where we still have like the soft cap, where you have some guidance on what we're encouraging people to be, have their expectations and be aiming their projects towards, but it provides us flexibility so that we can adjust once we see those projects come in.
Thank you, Board Member. Seeing nod from Vice Chair.
Yeah, I agree. Should we take that as a motion? And then
yes, although do we need language?
How we structure it?
So thank you, board members. Very interesting conversation. I recognize the policy issue you're dealing with, since it is a zero-sum issue. The one issue that I'm going to leave kind of blank as I read this language is what that soft cap is, because at some point you need to top it out. Currently, we have a $10 million cap that are in the draft guidelines. It sounds like one proposal from the county was to increase that up to 25 million. There may be a better number like 10 million or 5 million. But what I would propose is that the motion include language, if there's going to be a soft cap and it's carried by the board, that it would be an amendment to the guidelines themselves, where the $10 million cap appears on page 1 of the clean version, and that's Arabic number 1. I think that table is the only place that the $10 million implementation cap appears, and I'll ask staff to confirm that. And we would add a footnote to that table that would indicate that the deputy director may increase the $10 million cap by an additional 10 million or 5 million, whatever the board ultimately decides, after assessing the project applications received and scored, making a determination about the maximum benefits that can be obtained from the combination of eligible projects. So that's the discretion given, and essentially it allows the deputy director to look at the entire package of projects and take account of the various factors the board has identified. And then the second sentence of the footnote would be, if the deputy director exercises this authority, they shall provide appropriate briefings to the board.
I think that works for me.
Yeah, I would just defer to others on the amount, but up to 10 million or 5 million, not 10 million.
Yeah.
In other words, a range.
Correct. So
okay.
it would, once somebody gives me an amount
yes.
for the motion, I
Well,
will reread the language in its entirety.
I'm going to propose 5 million.
That sounds good to me.
Reflecting on my prior concerns, that would be helpful for me.
Yeah.
Is that a friendly amendment? I look to.
Well, I
Member
guess,
Parkstone.
is that going to give us the flexibility we need if we end up, if once the projects come in and we say there's, once everything's scored and we look at things that's we could get the project over the finish line, and no matter what, I think there's some match. Is that going to give the flexibility that we need? I don't know. I think that, again, I think what we want to balance is making sure that we're not artificially restricting ourselves in a way that we can't fund the projects that really rise to the top in a way that has a meaningful impact. So it feels a little artificial to lower that to 5 if we, if we're hearing it's going to take potentially 15 more. And it just seems like we'd want to give ourselves, we want to give the deputy director flexibility to be able to meet whatever needs come in. But and again, we have a backstop here with ensuring there's at least one project on each river. And I think the way that the amendment is, it helps to highlight the that what we're focusing people on is 10 million, and this sort of a footnote that gives some flexibility by the deputy director if we need to. But I'm curious what other board members think.
And if there's any further
Just
opinion.
To clarify, Board Member Firestone, what would you would propose 25 million?
Well,
as on the upper end?
Yeah, so that would be up to 15 million more than the 10 million. So something that would be, that would still leave a solid chunk for an additional project if that's the way its scoring comes out. I mean, I think we have a competitive scoring. We're going to see how things shake out. And so I think the cap is, like a firm cap is less important because we have the scoring that's going to happen and we're opening it up to competitive projects.
Yeah, I'm just really uncomfortable with that at this point. I think I would need to have more information on the rest of the other projects that are out there to get a sense for if we're striking the right balance, if some of these other projects actually already have other funding sources, they're able to move forward with, for example, so in other programs, what we've seen is we get a whole slug of projects with bond funds, and in some cases we end up awarding less funding to each project, less than what they request.
Exactly.
In the spirit of still providing enough funding that they can move forward with the project. We all want to see successful projects completed, absolutely.
Yeah. And this is just flexibility. It's not,
I
think we can go below. And what the idea would be, once we have the projects, we can see, one of the things we're asking for is is that match? And, there's a lot of scoring. So we'll be able to see what that scoring looks like and how those compare and have the flexibility around it.
I just want to note something in this. So, I think one thing to consider is that we have 46 million that we're looking at, and then there's 3 million can be utilized for planning and research. Now we're down to 43. So the 25 is actually over half. So, that's where I start to get just a little concerned, just because I want to make sure we're looking at both rivers. And so I would love to be able to do the full amount. Just I want to also recognize that there are other funding sources that the division has. So not just Prop 4. So we don't have to fund the entire project through Prop 4 and want to also, want to encourage everyone to look for other funding sources that are out there. And so they're bringing in, I think it was like 2 million of their own. There are some other partners that are looking to come to the table that they've been working with. An amount wasn't recognized for that. So I think having it lower is okay, to where we wouldn't be able to fund the entire amount from Proposition 4. If it came down to a really sticky point and say there was additional funding, we didn't get as much in from planning and research, and they need an additional million and we just don't have it from another, they could always come back to us. That's not ideal. However, I think somewhere in the middle is probably just the better place to land, just to diversify the portfolio a little bit, and just really encourage the partnership of finding other sources for this one. I want to be able to, and it's also just the not knowing the other projects that are out there. I want, this is a great project. Want to see this one move forward. Want to see other projects move forward. This is a critical issue within this area of the state. I want this to occur and for us to have better health outcomes here, because this has been documented and has been, it's definitely a concern of mine. I want this to happen. It's difficult right now just with, unfortunately, we're at a place where we have limited resources here, a lot of work to be done in this area, and increase in infrastructure costs. So it's a very, very difficult position to be in. So I'm okay with somewhere in between the 25 and the no, in the none. And so I hear Board Member McGuire, with 5. I'm okay with the 5, but and I'm also okay with the 10. So I don't know if we can go somewhere in between there.
Well,
or we
I'll
just
just,
go
how
with
about
the
if I just
5?
propose, we'll make it 10 and leave it at 10 if folks feel comfortable there.
We can
And
kind
there'll
of split it.
be a touch point back with the board. The real desire here is to maximize the benefit of this funding. It isn't, again, in the scheme of what the need is out there, a lot. And so we can kind of over-rotate on it for a bit here. But I say, let's increase it by another, the potential to increase it by another 10, leave it there, and then there will definitely be further board briefing and discussion for folks. How do we feel?
Well, I think I
I
shared
do
how I
have the
feel,
list
but
of
I
projects if you
think
guys-
also that the clause here in the language about the maximum benefits that can be obtained from the combination of eligible projects is persuasive to me, especially if the projects are coordinated amongst each river.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Tijuana River has a package of projects and they've thought through what the priorities are and how that balancing of investments might be stretched the farthest for the biggest value, that would be very helpful information for
Yeah.
me.
Okay, great. Yeah, and truly, again, this is an opportunity to just maximize the investment and have a little flexibility with how we chunk it out. So thank you, board member. Appreciate that. Maybe
So
ready for
a couple things to confirm here. First of all, Member Firestone, do you accept that as a friendly
Yeah,
amendment?
no, this is great. I really like the language up here. I think that, as Board Member McGuire said, I think that really helps to nail it.
And I want to just underscore 2 things that since I read it into the record and it's now displayed just for the transcript, this language now it makes it express that this is a footnote 2 that's added to the $10 million that's in that table on page 1 of the funding guidelines. And there's no need to renumber subsequent footnotes because there are no additional footnotes. And then as noted by member Diadamo, it is now clear that the deputy director may increase the 10 million cap by up to an additional 10 million. And then I have added in two Romanettes, Romanet 1, making it clear what one part of the test is, that they're going to have to assess the project applications received and scored, and then separately they're making a determination about the maximum benefits. And so that's just for clarity and structure. Otherwise, it's the language read into the record earlier. And so we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I'll make that motion with the language read into the record.
Second.
Sorry? And the change sheet. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the resolution is adopted. Thank you, and thanks for the discussion here. Look forward to the solicitation and getting the dollars out, importantly, to projects. So thanks everyone for the good work on this. All right, that wraps up item number 3. And as indicated in the agenda, item number 4 will not be heard before noon. So we will go ahead and go into recess. We will go ahead and do closed session. We will be in room 2550. Let's give ourselves just 15-ish minutes to navigate up there. So we'll start closed session at about 10:50 up in 2550. We'll take a lunch and then we'll be back here for item number 4, beginning at, let's go and give ourselves a few minutes. We'll start at 12:15. So we'll be back here at 12:15, beginning item number 4. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the good morning here. We're in recess until then, and we'll be off into closed session as well. Thank you. Oh, and closed session will be on the Delta Conveyance Project, and that'll be the only item. Thanks, everyone. See you here at 12:15. All right, everyone. Good afternoon. It's 12:20. We're coming back from our lunch break. Appreciate it. Hope everyone had a good lunch. And we are now moving on to item number 4, which is now an item regarding exclusions in the Tule Subbasin. And I'd like to hand it off to our Sigma team in order to kick us off.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. I'm Natalie Stork, Director of the Office of Sustainable Groundwater Management, and I'm here with Assistant Director Brianna St. Pierre, Water Resource Control Engineer Amina Tavakol, Engineering Geologist John Hurley, Attorneys Jason Grimm and Amanda Pearson of the Office of Chief Counsel. We also have Jonathan Bishop, retired annuitant. Next slide, please. Here is our agenda for the staff presentation. We'll begin with an overview of the Tule Subbasin and current status. Next, we'll discuss the evaluation of materials submitted by 8 groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs, that requested exclusion from probationary reporting and fee requirements under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA. We will then present staff recommendations, followed by a discussion of next steps in the Tule Subbasin. Next slide, please. And now I'll turn the presentation over to John.
Thanks, Natalie. We will start with the Tule Subbasin background. Next slide, please. Here is where the Tule Subbasin sits geographically in San
Mr. Hurley, is your mic on? Just want to double check. Okay, thank you. Apologies.
Here is where the Tule Subbasin sits geographically in the San Joaquin Valley. The subbasin covers approximately 476,000 acres and is in the Tulare Lake hydrologic region, with the Kaweah Subbasin to the north, the Tulare Lake Subbasin to the west, and the Kern County Subbasin to the south. Next slide, please. The management structure of the Tule Subbasin has evolved significantly over time. In 2020, groundwater was managed by 7 groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs: the Eastern Tule GSA, the Lower Tule River Irrigation District GSA, the Pixley Irrigation District GSA, the Tri-County Water Authority GSA, ALPA, and Delano Early Mart Irrigation District GSA. By the time of the probationary hearing, when the subbasin was designated as probationary, the number of GSAs increased to 10 with the addition of the Kern Tulare Water District, Teapot Dome Water District, and Vandalia Water District. Since then, the number of GSAs increased to 13. Between February and June 2025, Sausalito, Porterville, and Tarabella irrigation districts formed new GSAs. And then in October 2025, Tule East replaced what remained of the Eastern Tule GSA. And most recently, in March 2026, the city of Porterville was incorporated into the Tule East GSA. Next slide, please. On July 14, 2025, the State Water Board requested that all Tule groundwater sustainability agencies seeking a reporting and fee exclusion submit their request and supporting information to the board. In September, 8 GSAs included Lower Tule, Pixley, Tri-County, Teapot Dome, Vandalia, Sausalito, Porterville, and Tarabella submitted their materials and requested exclusion from SGMA probation reporting and fee requirements. Next slide, please. The state intervention process began in March of 2023 when the Department of Water Resources determined that the 6 2022 groundwater sustainability plans, or GSPs, were inadequate. This initiated a series of technical meetings between the Tule GSAs and State Water Board staff. In July 2024, the existing GSAs released revised 2024 GSPs. Newly formed GSAs, Teapot Dome and Vandalia, released their GSPs in October 24. In between those releases, the subbasin was designated as probationary in September of 2024. In September 2025, 8 GSAs requested exclusion from probationary reporting and fee requirements. All 8 were required to demonstrate adequate groundwater management. 4 GSAs relied on demonstrating a balanced water budget as evidence of adequate management, while the other 4 based their requests on having plans, policies, and management actions in place that they assert are necessary to achieve adequate management. This brings us to 2026, when staff released the staff review of requests for exclusion from probationary reporting and fees on March 19th, initiating a 30-day public comment period leading up to today's action item. Next slide, please. Now we will go over the staff review. Next slide, please. Looking back at the Tule Subbasin intervention timeline, the highlighted section in yellow shows the exclusion process from the initial request for information on July 14, 2025, through the publication of the staff review of requests for exclusion from probationary reporting and fees on March 19, 2026. Next slide, please. Staff requested key information from GSAs to support evaluation of their exclusion requests to be submitted by early September. The deadline was later extended September 2 to 9 at the request of the GSAs. In early August, staff followed up to highlight new guidance from the Department of Water Resources on best management practices for subsidence. While the guidance was still draft, staff suggested that the GSAs consider that guidance when submitting exclusion requests. Specifically, the GSAs should describe how each GSP's approach to subsidence relates to the science in this new guidance. Staff provided additional clarification in early August, emphasizing the importance of identifying critical head levels, expanding spatial coverage and frequency of groundwater monitoring, and evaluating management scenarios to understand how different actions could influence land subsidence outcomes. Next slide, please. Each GSA submitted a package of documents supporting their exclusion request. Lower Tule and Pixley included cover letters summarizing their request and progress towards qualification, along with tables addressing 2025 GSP deficiencies, revised GSP sections, including the Sustainable Management Criteria section, Monitoring Network section, and projects and management actions. They also included their mitigation plans with updated flowcharts, GSA policies, groundwater monitoring maps, chemographs, and summaries of implementing actions and milestones. Teapot Dome and Vandalia submitted similar materials with the addition of settlement agreements with the Friant Water Authority and the Arvin Edison Water Storage District. Teapot Dome also provided water budget data and analyses covering 1987 through 2024. Tri-County GSA submitted a formal exclusion letter request and a cover letter summarizing the GSA's qualifications for exclusion and the draft final 2025 groundwater sustainability plan, 2 versions, one with red line edits. Supporting materials were provided as appendices covering coordination agreements, public review comments and responses, subsidence management, water level and water quality management plans, groundwater allocation policy, well registration, mitigation, and metering programs, multi-benefit land repurposing, and policies for delinquent fees, assessments, and charges. Sausalito, Tarabella, and Porterville Irrigation District submitted exclusion requests supported by a package including an exclusion request letter summarizing the GSA's qualifications for exclusion, along with a supporting summary report. The packages also included GSA rules and regulations, a well location map for Tarabella, and a resolution from Sausalito, Tarabella, and Porterville directing the Eastern Tule GSA to not allocate any Tier 1 penalty allocations or transitional pumping to these GSAs. Next slide, please. On December 4, 2025, board staff requested updated and clarified information to address remaining data gaps for evaluation. This included an updated water budget through water year 2024, clarification of mitigation programs implemented across GSAs, a summary of mitigation claims, including total number, claim types such as dry wells, water quality, land subsidence impacts, and claim outcomes, as well as information on groundwater allocations, well registration and metering requirements, compliance rates, overpumping associated with non-compliance, and whether allocations are enforced for unregistered wells. The GSA has subsequently provided responses to this request. Next slide, please. State Water Board staff reviewed information provided by the GSAs in response to data requests, as well as materials from GSPs, supporting plans, and other interested parties. First, staff evaluated groundwater budget information, including cumulative water budgets over multiple time periods, and how those budgets have changed over time to assess whether areas may be neutral or net rechargers. Second, staff reviewed management actions and compliance, including well registration metering and allocation programs, along with evidence of implementation of plans and programs. Third, staff evaluated land subsidence, including the magnitude and extent of subsidence, actions taken to manage it, progress towards goals, and how minimum thresholds compare to the critical head estimates. Finally, staff reviewed mitigation planning, including individual GSA mitigation programs, the draft subbasin mitigation plan, and any remaining gaps or implementation needs. Overall, this evaluation was conducted at the basin level, the GSA level, and with consideration of coordination across agencies. Next slide, please. And now I will turn the presentation over to Amina.
Thank you, John. Staff evaluated water budget data provided by the GSAs. Staff compared water budgets across 3 time periods, focusing specifically on groundwater inflows and outflows while excluding subsurface flows. The first period, 1987 through 2024, provides a long-term view of overall condition. The second period, 2015 through 2024, captures changes since SIGMA was passed by the legislator. The most recent period, 2020 through 2024, is used to assess program implementation and the effectiveness of allocation plans. Pixley, Tri-County, Teapot Dome, and Sausalito showed a negative cumulative water budget across all 3 time periods. In contrast, Vandalia, Porterville, and Terravilla showed a positive cumulative balance across all periods. Lower Tule showed a negative balance over the long-term historical period, but a positive balance in the more recent periods. Water Board staff met with a Teapot Dome GSA representative last week to discuss the water budget. There was a discrepancy identified resulting from an inconsistency in the water budget data. Even with the corrected data, the water budget still appears to be negative for all 3 periods. Next slide, please. Staff evaluated compliance with key management actions, well registration, metering, and allocation programs to assess how effectively GSAs are tracking and managing groundwater pumping. Because SIGMA is based on local management, the level at which these self-imposed targets are being implemented serve as important indicators of the level of local management. Overall, well registration programs appear successful, providing a general understanding of who is pumping and where. In contrast, metering compliance generally falls short of GSA's targets, which is a key concern since metering is critical for measuring pumping, enforcing allocations, and managing subsidence, especially in multi-aquifer areas. Allocation compliance is generally high among GSAs that reported data. However, these programs are relatively new, and recent wet conditions make it unclear whether compliance will resist in drier years. In areas with low metering compliance, it is also difficult to verify the effectiveness of allocations. It is important to note that compliance rates were not provided by Porterville. Allocation compliance data was not provided by Sausalito and Terravilla, and metering compliance data was not provided by Tri-County and Teapot Dome. Overall, while sustainability is not expected at this stage, GSAs are expected to meet their interim goals. Where they are not, it may indicate challenges in achieving sustainable groundwater management moving forward. Next slide, please. The Tule Subbasin lies within one of the most significant subsidence areas in the state, with a clear west to east gradient. From 2015 to 2025, the greatest recorded subsidence in the state of California, up to 7.7 feet, occurred in Lower Tule, with more than 6 feet observed subsidence across much of the western subbasin, including Pixley and parts of Tri-County. Subsidence in these areas closely tracks drought conditions and reliance on groundwater. In the eastern portion of the subbasin, subsidence is generally lower, but still an important consideration due to critical infrastructure like the Fry and Kern Canal. Conditions in the east are more variable, with some areas relatively stable and others, like Sausalito, experiencing comparatively higher rates. Next slide, please. While many GSAs have developed sustainable management plans, including monitoring, metering, and pumping restrictions, current conditions indicate that groundwater pumping is still not being managed in a trajectory to meet subsidence goals. The 2024 GSPs updated the subsidence minimum thresholds. Compared to previous thresholds, this would generally result in substantially less subsidence in the western part of the subbasin and slightly more subsidence in the eastern portion of Pixley. However, current trends are concerning. In both Lower Tule and Pixley, multiple monitoring sites have already experienced more than 50% of subsidence allowed through 2040. In the east, 6 of 8 monitoring sites in Sausalito have also reached or exceeded the 50% thresholds. Overall, these trends suggest that current management approaches are not sufficient to meet 2040 subsidence targets. Next slide, please. In 2026, the Department of Water Resources finalized its land subsidence best management practices, which provide guidance on managing subsidence, including the concept of critical head, the groundwater level needed to slow or prevent subsidence. Using DWR's estimated critical head values, analysis in Tule Subbasin showed that current lower aquifer water level minimum thresholds are set well below levels needed to prevent subsidence. At most evaluated sites, thresholds would need to be raised substantially by tens to over 100 feet to reach estimated critical head. In addition, the 2024 groundwater levels are often below estimated critical head at many locations, meaning subsidence is likely to continue. In some areas, even seasonal low water levels may trigger inelastic compaction. There are also important data gaps. While GSAs have proposed additional monitoring, including lower aquifer monitoring, timeline and details remain unclear. In addition, high-risk aquifers such as Santa Margarita Formation and Pliocene Unit have limited monitoring, and groundwater levels in these units remain far below estimated critical head. While the subsidence BMP was recently finalized and the GSAs were not expected to revise the GSPs to align with the BMP prior to staff's review, the gap between current minimum thresholds, actual groundwater levels, and the estimated critical head indicates that existing management approaches are not sufficient to control subsidence, and significant additional work is needed to align management actions with subsidence prevention. Next slide, please. All of that uncertainty highlights the critical need for robust mitigation plans. The 8 GSAs have varying levels of mitigation in place, with differences in development, trueness of plans, and eligibility criteria across the subbasin. 5 GSAs, including Lower Tule, Pixley, Teapot Dome, Vandalia, and Tri-County, have adopted individual mitigation programs. The remaining 3 GSAs, Porterville, Sausalito, and Terabella, do not have independent plans and instead claim they rely on the 2022 mitigation program framework. The 2022 framework outlines required components, but is not itself an implementable mitigation plan. All 8 GSAs indicate they plan to adopt a basin-wide mitigation plan. While this would be an improvement in coordination, the plan is still in draft form, has not been adopted and lacks a clear timeline, funding, and implementation details. Next slide, please. Overall, mitigation plans across the subbasin leave several significant gaps. Some plans include restrictive eligibility criteria, such as limits based on well age, well depths, well use, or timing of impacts, which may exclude many affected well owners. Financial barriers also exist, including the risk of reimbursing investigation costs if claims are denied, or partial cost coverage that may leave households unable to afford well replacement. Emergency response timeline can be slow, with some plans allowing up to 14 days to provide replacement water, compared to best practices of about 24 hours. In addition, many plans do not clearly address how infrastructure impacts from subsidence will be mitigated or funded. There are also issues related to governance and consistency. Decision-making processes are often unclear. Some GSAs rely only on the 2022 framework, which is not a complete implementable mitigation plan. As a result, mitigation approaches vary across the subbasin. Finally, although a basin-wide mitigation plan has been drafted, it has not been adopted and lacks a clear timeline, leaving the subbasin with incomplete and inconsistent mitigation overall. Next slide, please. Coordination across the subbasin is critical to achieving sustainability in the Tule subbasin. This includes coordinating actions to meet basin-wide goals, developing a consistent implementation approach, and aligning mitigation programs and eligibility. However, coordination among GSAs remains limited. While a 2024 subbasin-wide coordination agreement exists, it is unclear whether all GSAs have adopted it, and coordination across the subbasin is not consistent. Even among affiliated GSAs, there are notable differences in monitoring, metering, allocations, subsidence plans, and mitigation approaches. The lack of coordination makes it difficult to evaluate basin-wide impacts and undermine individual GSA efforts, as action by one GSA may be offset by neighboring areas. In some cases, GSAs appear to be fragmenting rather than working toward a unified approach. Overall, this fragmentation complicates the subbasin's ability to manage subsidence, track pumping, implement mitigation, and ultimately achieve sustainable groundwater management and exist probation. Now I will hand it over to Jason to discuss staff's recommendation. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Amina. Next slide, please. The board has the authority to determine what constitutes adequate management for the purposes of granting exclusions from reporting and fees. The board's consideration is not limited to a single snapshot in time, and it can take into account Sigma's goals and timelines. 2040 is approaching quickly, and consideration of future exclusion requests may include additional factors not discussed here due to the urgency of the timelines or changed circumstances regarding basin conditions. Next slide, please.
Board staff reviewed the 2024 GSPs, technical memos, and implementation materials submitted by the 8 GSAs requesting exclusions and released the staff report on March 19th, 2026. Public comments were due on April 20th, yesterday at noon. Staff received 16 comments in total by the deadline. These comments included 6 from the Lower Tule, Pixley, Teapot Dome, and Vandalia group, which share management, and their representatives, highlighting their concerns with the staff recommendation. There was 1 from Tri-County and 3 from representatives of Sausalito, Porterville, and Terabella, again, also noting concerns with the staff recommendation. There was 1 each from Friant Water Authority and Arvin Edison, noting their support for the staff recommendation and continued concern regarding subsidence along the Friant-Kern Canal, and 4 comments from members of the public, 3 noting concerns with the staff recommendation and 1 supporting the staff recommendation. Next slide, please. We want to first recognize the positive steps the GSAs have taken to improve their GSPs. Several GSAs have made progress in resolving plan deficiencies. They have taken action such as adopting allocation plans, registering wells, implementing metering programs, and establishing mitigation and subsidence management frameworks. These are important steps towards sustainability, and staff encourages continued momentum in this work. However, the review also found that the information provided does not currently demonstrate adequate management to justify exclusions from SGMA reporting and fee requirements. Staff assessed water budgets, compliance with GSPs, and progress towards avoiding undesirable results such as subsidence. Persistent groundwater declines, recent increases in pumping, and insufficient mitigation measures raise concerns. In addition, intra-basin coordination is limited, and compliance with self-imposed targets varies across the GSAs. Given these findings, staff recommends that extractors within these 8 GSAs remain subject to SGMA probationary reporting and fee requirements. The GSAs should continue addressing plan deficiencies, improve monitoring and data quality, enforce well registration and metering requirements, and demonstrate measurable progress towards stabilizing groundwater levels and preventing land subsidence. We look forward to continuing engagement with the GSAs to support them in fixing their plans with the goal of the subbasin exiting probation. Next slide, please, and I'll turn this over to Brianna.
Thank you, Natalie. Now we can discuss next steps in the subbasin. Next slide, please. Pumpers in the subbasin are registering wells and reporting pumping volumes with a deadline of May 1st, 2026. We recognize there was an outage in the GEARS reporting system that was unrelated to our platform. It lasted less than 24 hours, and we have teams of staff spending time in the probationary basins to help people one-on-one with their reporting. Invoices will likely be issued in June 2026, and with fees due approximately 30 days later in July. Staff is maintaining ongoing engagement with the GSAs and pumpers to support compliance and coordination. Staff is also beginning to scope development of an interim plan, which will identify necessary actions to address long-term overdraft. The reporting data will be used to inform interim plan development. Importantly, all actions will be data-driven and targeted towards sustainable groundwater management. Next slide, please. The board may develop an interim plan for a basin if, in consultation with DWR, the board determines that the GSAs have not remedied the deficiencies that resulted in the probationary designation. The interim plan must identify the actions necessary to correct conditions of long-term overdraft or conditions where groundwater extraction significantly deplete interconnected surface waters. The interim plan must include a time schedule for actions, which may include reporting requirements and potential pumping limits. They must describe monitoring to be undertaken to determine the effectiveness of the plan and must be consistent with water rights priorities. Next slide, please. After a basin is placed on probation, the board follows a structured process in the development of an interim plan. The process begins with evaluating pumping data and estimating the basin's sustainable yield. If sufficient data are not available, the board may rely on existing GSA estimates until improved information becomes available. From there, staff will draft an interim plan that outlines the actions needed to address identified issues, including overdraft conditions. Throughout this process, staff will continue to maintain ongoing coordination with the GSAs, along with conduct public meetings and engagement to ensure transparency and incorporate local input. The process then proceeds through a formal notice and hearing procedure before reaching a board decision, with a hearing currently anticipated around the end of 2027. I would like to take a moment to highlight that GSAs can address deficiencies at any stage. If those issues are resolved, the basin may exit probation before an interim plan is adopted. Next slide, please. The interim plan establishes key components necessary to address unsustainable groundwater conditions and guide the basin to sustainability. It will include an interim plan supply, which is the maximum amount of groundwater that can be pumped while still correcting the conditions leading to an interim plan. If necessary, board staff may rely on the GSA calculated sustainable yield until additional data become available. Where GSPs in the subbasin have elements that would help the subbasin meet sustainability goals, those elements would be included in the interim plan. The interim plan will incorporate representative monitoring from the groundwater sustainability plans and any additional reporting that is needed. Where monitoring is insufficient, additional monitoring will be required. Increased fees also apply under the interim plan. All metering, pumping, and related data, except protected personal information, will be available to the public online. Next slide, please. Implementation of the interim plan could involve gradually reducing pumping for all extractors, taking water rights into account. Areas near critical infrastructure might be subject to temporary moratoriums, and ongoing monitoring would track how effective those measures are. As new information becomes available, restrictions could be adjusted to better target areas of concern, and pumping limits would be reviewed periodically, could be every 2 years, to ensure the basin is moving towards sustainable groundwater management. Next slide, please. Implementation options to protect drinking water supplies include identifying wells that are at risk of going dry and reducing pumping near those wells to prevent impacts. Staff will develop approaches to define risk levels and determine appropriate mitigation strategies to protect water users and infrastructure. Next slide, please. It is essential that GSAs continue their efforts for the basin to exit probation. Water Board development of an interim plan is not a substitute for a GSA establishing and implementing adequate GSPs on the path to sustainability. Dissolving or disabling GSAs is not recommended, as their ongoing coordination is critical to making meaningful progress towards both 2040 deadlines and long-term sustainability. The actions taken by GSAs directly reduce the need for interim plan requirements and minimize the likelihood of more restrictive measures such as higher fees, additional pumping reductions, or expanded mitigation requirements. By continuing to implement their local plans, GSAs can deliver solutions more efficiently and cost-effectively than the board could. Ultimately, GSAs are central to the basin's strategy to exiting probation. Water Board staff look forward to continuing to work with the GSAs to revise the GSPs so the basin can exit probation. Next slide, please. To close, staff reviewed the exclusion requests submitted by the 8 GSAs in the Tule subbasin. Staff evaluated the water budgets, which raised some concerns. Because the exclusion was on the basis of adequate management and because SGMA is foundational upon local management, staff looked at implementation of programs established at the local level. What was provided did not demonstrate the GSAs were meeting self-imposed targets. When looking at subsidence thresholds, some areas have already exceeded more than 50% of the allowable subsidence not to be exceeded by 2040, and the mitigation programs don't reduce impacts subbasin-wide to levels that are less than significant and unreasonable to beneficial uses and users. Therefore, staff recommends no exclusion from the probationary reporting and fee requirements, and the extractors within these 8 GSAs remain subject to probationary requirements while the GSAs continue making progress towards sustainability. Staff will continue to work with the GSAs and support them in revising the GSPs to be on a path to exit probation, and staff will simultaneously be developing an interim plan to be protective of beneficial users and users in the subbasin. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation here. As folks in the program acknowledge, I want to acknowledge the progress that I know GSAs have been making to improving and addressing the deficiencies that got you all inadequate determinations here now 3 years ago. And I know that the staff recommendation doesn't come welcome, certainly, from folks here within the basin who are looking to receive those exclusions. I know we have a number of folks to hear from, so definitely want to hear folks continue to make their case, but would note that since it has been 3 years, and if you look at the number of basins that the board has gone through and worked with, hopefully folks do see that we are taking folks at the conditions that the basin are at and applying a fair lens. Again, I know we'll hear from folks otherwise, but there has been progress. I do want to note that, and that this can sometimes be a distraction here, looking to attempt to receive these exclusions as opposed to addressing the deficiencies in the basin and on the plans. And so I look forward to hearing from folks here. I know we have about 20 commenters, but look to see if any board members have any comment or question here off the bat as well before we start to hear from folks. Vice Chair.
Well, I look forward to hearing the comments, but just have a few things that I'd like to say in getting started here. First of all, just really want to thank staff for all of the time and effort that's been involved over these last months. I know that it's taken up a lot of time. There have been a lot of meetings, but I think that it's been time well spent. And I would like to just also acknowledge the progress that has been made by individual GSAs, recognizing, however, that the recommendation from staff continues to be no exclusions. And I agree that that's not met with it's not a positive conclusion that staff is coming up with. And so what I'd like to do is request some additional time be spent in going through not just the basin as a whole, but going through each request, because I do think there's a lot of folks that are here and that are tuning in that maybe haven't been involved in the establishment of the request or in these meetings that have occurred. I don't expect that you'll do that right this moment. I think we're going to be hearing from folks. And so I think just hitting the main key points with respect to each exclusion, I think would be helpful as people leave today's meeting so that they have a better sense of where those deficiencies are. I don't have a technical background, but I've spent a lot of time on this. I do think that there's a couple of GSAs that are maybe closer to getting an exclusion. And so to the extent that you can highlight those areas, I think it's a way to provide a roadmap to the area, as they go forward. The other thing that I want to just say is that I'm really concerned going forward and the impact, especially at this point in time with the farm economy being in a pretty dire situation. Commodity prices are low. We know that with the situation in the Middle East, we've seen, fuel prices go up. That's impacting not just diesel fuel, but fertilizers. And so it's a challenging time, and I think we all recognize that as a board. And I think coming out of today's discussion, Ms. St. Pierre, I appreciate you framing the next steps, because in order to move forward, we have to move forward quickly as a board, but also the GSAs. And so I do think that additional amount of time would be helpful as you go through each of the requests for exclusions in order to provide helpful information going forward so that we can fast track next steps as much as possible. And I know that the individual, I don't know that all of them will be providing presentations, but we'll be hearing from folks. And so just letting you know that we'll be calling on you to get your feedback. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. And agree, now is a good opportunity to make sure we are bringing folks along, explaining our rationale. It's all been written out certainly within the staff report, but given the discussion we have here before us, a good opportunity to try to bring folks along. So thank you for that. Not seeing anything further from folks at the dais. I know we have a first panel that is going to be presenting, so we can go ahead and call up our those folks. Thank you. Thank you both for being here. If you don't mind introducing yourselves as you kick off. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Anona Dutton. I represent KI, Environment and Water. I'm joined by Andrew Francis of Ludarkins Calmanini, and we're here on behalf of the technical working group that has recently been formed in the Tule subbasin. So, as you mentioned, Chair Esquivel, and as we've seen, now have seen the roadmap and a positive process for several basins exiting the state board process. And what we've seen. Apologies for that.
Okay.
Just to repeat again.
If you don't mind starting over just for folks that were online, they weren't able to hear your introduction. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. Even who we represent. Oh, apologies. Anona Dutton with EKI Environment and Water, joined by Andrew Francis of Ludarkins Calmanini, and we are representing the technical working group in the Tule subbasin, which has recently formed. So we have seen the success of several basins at this point exiting the state board process. And as I'm sure you have observed and heard, there's always been a turning point in the conversation in the process between the basins that are facing probationary status or looking to exit probationary status and the work that they're doing with the state board. And I think where we are in the Tule subbasin is we are at one of those turning points where the way that the basin has worked to achieve SWRCB compliance is clearly not working. It's not working for the GSAs, it's not working for the landowners, it's certainly not working in concert with the regulatory framework. And so what we want to talk about today is the decisions and the commitments that have been made within the basin to change the course of the direction in terms of the SWRCB approach and compliance. Next slide, please. So most significantly, the 13 GSAs within the basin are committed towards working in less fragmentation and more unison towards a unified plan for the basin. In particular, 11 of the GSAs have agreed this month to move forward with the development of a single GSP and a unified plan with those GSAs that currently have exempted status from the fees and reporting. So this unified plan is primarily going to focus on some key technical issues, as we heard today, around subsidence and coordinated water level sustainable management criteria across the basin. Obviously, a clear area of focus is on avoiding significant and unreasonable impacts to the Frying Kern Canal, to improving the monitoring networks, and continue to implement the demand management efforts. Another new focus has been in the implementation of the Southern Land Subsidence Study Area, which I'll talk to in a little bit more detail shortly. There's also been significant improvement and refinement, and now the implementation of a basin-wide mitigation plan. Next slide. So the model for this path forward is built on the successes of neighboring basins and others that have exited the process. In particular, the GSAs have looked to the successful work in Delta Mendota and Kern Subbasin, in particular because those basins have threaded the gauntlet of having double-digit GSAs coordinate into a set of unified plans. So that is very much the model that's being implemented here structurally in terms of the plans, but also in terms of a trifecta of effort. So we have a technical working group, again, that Andrew and I are representing here today, that are going to be working on drafting the updated unified plan. We are going to be getting guidance from a GSA managers group that's meeting on a regular basis, as well as the GSA policy group that has been meeting on a regular basis, and is why we're able to sit here today and speak to this process and commitments. This is a collective effort. It builds in internal peer review and consistency of data, methodologies, and coordinated results across the basin. It also provides for streamlined review and coordination with state board staff. So instead of having to deal with multiple lines of evidence and multiple advocacy points, we're going to have a single unified streamlined approach that supports both sides to achieve success. Next slide. So the commitment on the part of the GSAs and our target date is early to mid 2027. We realize this is aggressive, but what we want to do is really be out of ahead of an interim plan. And that's because we think it serves the landowners, the GSAs, the basin better to have this plan be developed in coordination to meet the standards of success that both sides have agreed to, and we want to do this as quickly and expeditiously as possible. We, of course, are willing to adjust and accommodate the schedule of the state board staff on this, but this is currently what the basin is striving towards. Next slide, please. In support of that schedule, and has been acknowledged today, I do want to point out some of the significant progress that's already been made towards this objective. Firstly, I know there's been a lot of work over the last few months in coordinating with state board staff around the approach to water quality in the basin, as well as on refinements of the mitigation program. We can touch on that in a minute. In progress is work, again, around the management area, around the Frying Kern Canal, to again, make sure we're not having significant and reasonable impacts on that critical infrastructure. Monitoring network improvements that are going to be enhanced by the good work that you saw done in terms of the well registration efforts that the GSAs have successfully implemented, and that all GSAs are contributing to and participating in this Southern Land Subsidence Study Area, which is focused around the area of DEID and particularly around protecting their critical infrastructure. We have also initiated work on updating and consolidating information on the active projects and management actions within the basin, as well as the technical working group is developing that scope for preparation of the single GSP, which is going before the managers and policy entities in the basin in May. Next slide, please. So again, this is a zoom in picture of the work that has been initiated on the Southern Land Subsidence Study Area. And this again had been a point where there had not been agreeance in the 2024 GSPs on the subsidence and water level SMCs in the vicinity of a buffer zone around Delano Early Mart GSA. So this land subsidence study area is at about a 6-mile radii around Delano Early Mart, and the focus here is to really renew the coordination and agreements on both the subsidence and water level SMCs, again, to support the avoidance of significant and reasonable impacts on critical infrastructure. A similar effort is underway around the management area around the Frying Kern Canal. Target completion is the fall and winter of this year, so that key agreements and elements of that can be incorporated into the unified plan.
Stanton, apologies for interrupting, but just wondering what the timeline is potentially around the Frying Kern Canal plan is similarly.
I would say I don't know for certain, but it will have to be on a similar timeline in order to be incorporated into that plan. And the good news is we have some really good foundational work efforts on that front.
Thank you. Really appreciate that.
Next slide, please. I'll turn it over to Andrew to talk about the mitigation.
Thank you, Annetta. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be discussing the mitigation plan today. As for the mitigation plan, there have been some major revisions from what was originally provided. The subbasin has moved to an approach that's more similar to what was used in the current subbasin, and this will include additional outreach and public workshops. The mitigation plan has been updated to address the key deficiencies and feedback provided by State Board. These include providing additional details on the mitigation framework and also addressing water quality degradation. The goal of the mitigation plan is to protect the beneficial uses and users of water across the subbasin for all GSAs and to achieve and maintain sustainability. A change in this version of the plan is the consolidation of the individual GSA mitigation plans into one coordinated subbasin-wide plan. This will allow for common criteria, streamlined implementation, and a shared funding structure, ensuring that any domestic well owner in the subbasin has a clear path to assistance across GSA boundaries. The proposed plan will function as a standalone drinking water well mitigation program. It explicitly covers 4 key well types, which include private domestic wells, multi-use ag wells used for potable supply, state small water systems, and community water system wells. By focusing on these categories, the GSAs are protecting the most vulnerable beneficial users of water in the subbasin. Next slide, please. To ensure that the mitigation can begin immediately upon determination of an eligible claim, the subbasin will establish an initial reserve fund, which has not been formally set up yet, but many of the GSAs have funds set aside for this once this is adopted. The total amount currently is $1.5 million, and this will be subdivided into specific impacts. $500,000 being allocated to groundwater quality mitigation, $1.1 million for groundwater level mitigation, and $35,000 for groundwater level technical assistance. Long term, when this is adopted, the total amount of the reserve fund will be $3.5 million. This reserve acts as a bridge for funding for urgent needs like emergency bottled water or tank deliveries. Once a claim is processed, the specific GSAs responsible for the impacted areas are required to reimburse the reserve fund to maintain a sustainable cash flow. As for the appeals and oversight process, the subbasin has updated the claims and appeals process to maximize transparency and fairness. Every claimant now has access to a formal process if they disagree with the eligibility determination made by the subbasin. These appeals are to be reviewed by the Mitigation Advisory Committee, a 3-seat technical body designated to provide unbiased secondary assessment of the data before a final recommendation is made. And next slide, please. And with that, I will pass it back to Anona. Thank you.
Actually, if we could just go back one. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. In closing, what we've all experienced as success is that basins are able to leave the probationary or the state board process when there's been a strong commitment and partnership on both sides. And I think that the ask here today is that we renew that partnership in this basin and that we can move together in an expedited framework to address the significant technical issues that State Board has identified that remain to be addressed, and that we do this in an expedited fashion so that we avoid the State Board independently needing to develop and implement an interim plan. So, I guess that's really the ask today, is to renew that commitment for collaboration and coordination to develop this unified plan for the basin in close collaboration with State Board staff in lieu of the development of a separate interim plan that will, sort of double the resources needed in the basin and double the amount of time that's needed to make it all happen. So ultimately, we're here today on behalf of the technical working group asking for that coordination, that streamlined commitment, and that we can work together over the next year to make this happen. And so with that, next slide, please. There's been a lot of work on all sides in this basin over the last few years, and I think we really are we really have an opportunity here to set things right and move forward. And we're here to represent that commitment. There's a lot of GSA representatives here also standing for that commitment. And so we just, want to thank the staff and the State Board for their engagement in this process and to continue it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dutton, Mr. Francis, incredibly. Really appreciate here the opportunity for a little bit of a pivot insofar as really now focusing in on the development of a single GSP. And to your points, there is a pathway out, and it really is about the local conditions, and ultimately here from at least my seat easily will commit our staff's time to ensure that we bridge that. And hopefully, again, folks have seen that model in other basins. We are here to put in the time and will gladly do so along with the basin here. And I think is a reasonable request for sure. And as Vice Chair had said, this work that was done around this exclusion request, the time to gain a better and deeper technical understanding and common technical understanding with each other of the deficiencies, but also the work that is ongoing has been helpful, and I think has provided a good basis, hopefully here, for this greater pivot to a single GSP, which is a lift. We've seen that in all the basins that we've dealt with. It is not easy, easily said than done, certainly. But I have confidence that even in the leadership that we've seen so far in the basin here, that we have an opportunity to do that together. So again, at least from this seat, and I doubt we'll find anyone in disagreement here at the dais, but we'll definitely be putting that time in, and appreciate the presentation and the offer here of the pivot to a single plan, which I think will be significant, not just for our process here, but for the success of the basin. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they'd like to say, please, Vice Chair.
Thank you for your presentation and for your commitment and for striking, I think, the right tone going forward. So much appreciated. Either now or soon into the future, it would be great if we could get some additional information regarding timelines, specific timelines, milestones, as you move forward. And then also, I know that there's been a history of commitments for developing, for example, the subsidence study, which has been sort of, lingering out there. And so anything you can do to show us that it's real, that you're actually moving forward on this, and also to provide us with information, with our staff with information about adoption dates. So it's one thing to make a commitment about going forward, but another to have the GSAs actually adopt, which I know can be challenging because we're going to be looking at additional management actions in these areas, as we know, that are being hard hit now with double fees, their own fee, and then ours as well, and then some additional management expectations that will be on them. And so really looking forward to not just what you plan to do, but what's actionable and the timeframes on that. And then I do have a question for you on the issue of collaboration. So the single GSP, you're looking at a single GSP with respect to how many agencies?
As I understand it right now, 11 GSAs have committed to developing a single GSP that will be unified with the 2 GSPs that are currently exempted from the process because of the earlier findings by the State Board of Adequacy. But obviously, as things evolve in this process, there may need to be revisions to those as well to ensure that we have coordination represented in all the plans. And that's why we're calling it a unified plan.
Okay, so I think that that's going to be key going forward, that the collaboration with Kern Tulare and with Delano Early Mart, and it works both ways. Expectation for you all to collaborate with them, for them to collaborate with you. And I think we've seen in the other basins that have been returned that they've been able to hit that mark to convince us that that collaboration, it was so messy with Kern, and they went through a lot of this in the beginning. So I can't remember how many GSAs, and then it got to be more. And then where they landed, they were able to convince us that that was the right number for them, for that very large basin. It made the most sense for them. But what we needed to see was that coordination amongst them all so that it could increase our confidence in the implementation of the actions so that the progress will actually be made on the ground. And so we would expect something like that going forward here as well. Thank you.
Your Vice Chair, complete agreement. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I'll just echo the comments that were already shared. I really am encouraged by the message and the new direction that's being proposed here, and to hear that 11 of the GSAs are supporting this direction. I realize there's a lot of steps and activities that need to happen between now and having a unified plan complete, but this is certainly music to my ears to hear something like that, because what we've seen over the past few years has been more of a fracturing of groundwater sustainability agencies in the subbasin, and a lot of finger pointing and concerns and a lack of coordination. And I know one thing for certain is that you can't get to sustainability in the subbasin without a coordinated approach. So I think starting there makes a whole lot of sense. Unfortunately, we're here. I think the interim plan that work that staff laid out, I think on some level is going to have to continue for the time being, and we'll have to just see how things play out here. But I think the schedule that we saw from them was the end of 2027, so certainly there's time between now and then to make adjustments in terms of the next steps. So I really look forward to hearing updates to Vice Chair's point about timelines and specific milestones and goals for the unified approach. And the last thing I wanted to say is I appreciate you flagging the technical issues, and subsidence is the elephant in the room here. And this sounds like what I've been hearing recently is that there's a difference of opinion in terms of water levels, where they should be set, the critical head targets, and not to get into all that right now, but there's some pretty significant differences and points of view in terms of what's needed to achieve sustainability when it comes to subsidence. So I think just wanting to flag those concerns and wanting to get some clarity from the group as you move forward in terms of how to address those challenges, I think will be key. But thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. When it comes to the scoping document, it said you're currently in scoping for the single GSP. When do you think that scoping kind of will end and have that roadmap essentially?
Well, it's going to the managers for approval at a meeting in May, and then to the policy. So it's very short order here, where we should, we've already in ways with the technical working group delineated, topics and roles and responsibilities, much how it was done in Kern, insofar as that there were technical working groups where representatives from all GSAs were participatory. And Director McGuire, I mean, that's sort of how some of those technical issues, it really goes through a robust vetting with all the technical representatives. And I think the idea here, it's, as it was in Kern, is technical lead on, some of these critical issues that obviously have significant management and policy decisions that are embedded in them. But if we can get to agreements on some of the foundational science, it can sometimes make those conversations easier.
Yeah, it at least removes those disagreements from being the topic and get to the policy heart, at least. Yeah, for sure. Much appreciation, Ms. Dunn. Mr. Francis, not seeing anything further from the board right now. Thank you. I know we have a number of commenters here still yet from the both the GSAs and from the community, and so we can start to hear from folks there. First, I'd like to call up Deanna Jackson, be followed by Jennifer Spalletta, then Travis Milwee, and Michael Knight.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. So two things can be true while I'm here today. Tri-County and Tri-County's board 100% supports this united effort, and we're looking forward to the scope coming along and working with the state staff as we go through this effort. And also that my stakeholders were very engaged in this exclusion request, and so I'm here today to speak on behalf of my board and stakeholders regarding the exclusion request. And I would like to thank staff for their review of the exclusion request. I realized that it was multiple documents, many pages, and so that task could not have been easy. We did review staff's request and found some inaccuracies, and we have submitted a letter to the Sigma Thule Water Board's email to address them and clarify the record. And today I'd just like to share a few of those clarifications and to update on implementation. The report stated that pumping had increased between water years between 2020 and 2024, and that omitted crucial context. In 2023, Tri-County Water Authority voluntarily assumed management of 7,554 acres of groundwater-dependent lands that had been left unmanaged. Those lands have no surface water supply and therefore increased measured groundwater use relative to their earlier baseline. Tri-County Water Authority expanded its jurisdiction to prevent a management gap and to bring those unmanaged lands under enforceable rules. The report incorrectly stated that Tri-County Water Authority lacks a well mitigation agreement with self-help enterprises. Tri-County Water Authority executed a well mitigation agreement with self-help enterprises in August of 2024 and fully funded a $1 million mitigation program. Tri-County Water Authority agreed to self-help's request to fund emergency water services for the disadvantaged community of Allensworth in 2025, following a well failure due to mechanical issues, demonstrating a clear commitment to the community's water security. The report suggests that Tri-County Water Authority does not require meters. Tri-County Water Authority requires registration and meters for all non-domestic wells and has achieved 89% registration. It has retained a third party to physically survey wells across the GSA, verify meters, and obtain monthly readings. These actions are not speculative promises, they're implemented programs. Currently, all but 6 landowner accounts have executed access agreements and allow our third-party representative to record well locations and data and to verify that a functioning qualified meter is in place. Tri-County Water Authority also instituted a reimbursement program for new meters when none are found or if a meter is non-functional. The report claimed that allowable subsidence has already been reached. That's not correct. Tri-County Water Authority adopted highly protective minimum thresholds using a strict 2020 baseline, reduced allowable subsidence in the eastern area, and has not exceeded those limits. Tri-County Water Authority's subsidence management plan includes automatic, non-discretionary triggers that halt pumping before thresholds are reached, and the GSA is participating in a subsidence study to refine those coordinated protections, which they spoke of today. Tri-County Water Authority's demand management and enforcement are among the most stringent in the state. Tri-County Water Authority has invoiced roughly $15 million in penalties, recorded violations and liens, and participated in receivership cases. These measures have already prompted the voluntary removal of 4,000 irrigated acres as of 2025 and will result in an additional 9,000 acres retired in the Southeast Management Area within 5 years. Accounts that continue to be out of compliance will soon face recorded cease pumping orders, and we've already witnessed multiple bankruptcies and a drastic decline in land values. This is concrete, painful progress. Finally, the staff report applies standards that were not a part of the September 17, 2024 probationary determination, including recommendation from newly finalized Department of Water Resources Best Management Practices concept of critical head. It is neither fair nor lawful to hold Tri-County Water Authority to shifting standards retroactively. Tri-County Water Authority has committed to reviewing and, if appropriate, adjusting its minimum thresholds consistent with finalized guidance, but that commitment is not a basis to deny the relief the board may lawfully provide. Member McGuire rightfully said at your April meeting that the board should look for progress, not perfection. Tri-County Water Authority has delivered enforceable, data-driven, and often severe measures to achieve sustainability. Granting Tri-County's request for exclusion is not leniency. It is a recognition of rigorous, enforceable local action that advances SGMA's goals while protecting communities and the local community. I so appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Likewise, Ms. Jackson, really appreciate that. Looking to folks in the program on how best to be responsive here to some of what we're hearing, just to make sure that we're helping bring folks along and understanding what we're seeing. It might be helpful if folks want to come up to the panel. That way, you can pop in when needed. And I see Mr. Ekdahl looking to speak, so by all means.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask the board members, what would be your preference? We could have staff come up and kind of respond to some of the questions as they come up, or we could also wait and compile the bulk of the responses, which may be more efficient because I think you're going to sense a theme through a lot of the comments that we're going to hear. It still might be helpful to have staff kind of sitting up there if there are the spot questions, and then we can have a more
I
concrete
think the
response.
challenge is that each of the GSAs kind of have issues unto themselves.
Yep.
And so if it is helpful to group, I think that's fine. But we'll kind of take it from maybe staff's instinct a bit. I'll just kind of look to them. Again, I think it'll be helpful if you're kind of here at the mic already, so you can jump in
So-
when you hear a comment and it's helpful.
Staff team, if you want to come back up to the dais.
Appreciate it. Thanks. I know sometimes we're not responding to every single thing we hear, but I think it's helpful in this case to help bring folks along.
So while the staff is coming up, I just want to, take a little step back for a second. What we heard from the technical committee just a minute ago was a commitment on their part to, look forward and move forward. And my discussions with staff is that we are totally on board with that, and that is what we would like to do. We're happy to answer any questions that the board have about technical issues, but I also want to acknowledge that that is going to be rehashing a lot of issues that have been discussed in the plan. So we're happy to do it. I just want to, keep in mind that we're weighing two different, the past and the future.
Appreciate that, Mr. Bishop. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you for that. I agree. But I do want to say that these documents you did a very thorough analysis of the exclusion requests, and there's a lot of technical findings and recommendations in there. And so we just got these comment letters yesterday. And so there really hasn't been very much time to process all of that. So I would say where there are areas where there may be some technical clarifications that might be beneficial, because I know the GSAs will be looking very closely at the staff recommendations and guidance going forward as they're working on the unified plan and where to go from here. I think it would be good to understand how we can, if clarifications are needed, how those might be facilitated, recognizing the timing and where we're at today. So if that makes sense, I think that's just some guidance some input I would look to from you with regard to any and all of the GSAs that may have concerns about their individual evaluations.
And we will technical staff will work with the GSAs to understand their concerns and where there are areas where there may be misunderstandings or deficiencies so that we're not stuck with this determination as we move forward. It is a determination on the exclusion, not on the adequacy of their plans. And if there are things that we missed or that could be better clarified, we would definitely be reaching out and touching bases with all of the GSAs on that.
Yeah. Yeah, and no, my expectation isn't to rehash everything here, but again, to the extent we're responding here to the recent comment letters and any sort of technical things that are helpful to make sure we have a common understanding around, or just a response from folks, kind of what we're looking for. So I know we can be here forever if we try to, individually rehash each of the GSAs, GSPs, and why or why not they should be excluded here. So
Yeah, I agree, and I kind of got this started, but I still stand that I think it's important information for this feedback. We don't need the whole feedback loop to occur today. So I think as you're able to go forward, I was taking a lot of Ms. Jackson's notes, for example, on bringing in additional entities and that affecting the baseline. I think that's an easy one to just say, we'll look into it and follow up. And then there might be something else in here, for example, the self-help mitigation program. Maybe you're expecting something more than that. And if you are, this is a good time to telegraph that, especially in light of what the technical committee's commitment is on a mitigation plan basin-wide. And so, anything you can do to just keep it brief and where it looks like a conversation at a later time is probably more productive. I think that would satisfy me. It just also shows, I think, the entities that you're hearing, what their concerns are. And of course, I understand, as Board Member McGuire pointed out, that if there's information that's in the record that's incorrect, to some way get that corrected.
any thanks, Ms. Stork?
Yeah, we appreciate the comment from Tri-County Water Authority. I can speak to some of the issues that were raised regarding the concern that the pumping increase number may have been in not considering, I'm just going to say apples to apples because of that addition of land. When we take into consider that that land was added and then we compare apples to apples, we still saw a pumping increase of 68% between the two time periods. Regarding the self-help enterprises agreement not being included in table 2, or sorry, was it figure 2? Figure 2. Figure 2 is just showing what was provided in the September and December submittals. We actually got several comments on that, emails, et cetera, and the response to all of that is we were simply displaying what was provided. Regarding the metering compliance rate, that was new information that was included in the public comment letter that we received yesterday. We appreciate hearing that information. We continue to have concerns, but we look forward to engaging on those in the future. And regarding the concern that staff said allowable subsidence was reached, the staff report doesn't say allowable subsidence was reached. It says that a significant portion of the allowable subsidence was reached in places.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
I want to
Mr. Bishop.
reiterate is that I don't want to give the impression to the board that staff is hooked into, all right, this is what was submitted and this is all that we're going to look at as we move forward with the plans. There's all this information, for example, the self-help enterprises that wasn't submitted with the request, but we know about it now. It'll be part of our evaluation as we look at the GSPs and the plan as we move forward for sustainability.
Appreciate that, Mr. Bishop. Part of the challenge is this is all a moving target a bit. And when it comes to the changes that folks are proposing and or have or making in the GSAs and their GSPs. So appreciate that. Vice Chair.
Yeah, and I don't know if now is the right time or not, but the critical head issue, DWR's report, a critical head, and I think we're going to hear from a number of agencies that the concern about sort of moving the goalpost. And so for you to be thinking about that, whether you want to respond now or after we've heard from everybody, but I think your thoughts on that would help to guide the GSAs and a lot of the folks that are here just following this out of, their own personal interests.
Let's come back to that at the end.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah, something tells me it will be a feature of the other comments. And so, yeah, feel free to group some of the comments and then whichever you feel moved to respond to folks. All right, let's move to our next commenter. Next, we'll have Jennifer Spalletta. Then again, we'll have Travis Milwee, Michael Knight, and then Alex Peltzer.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. I do have some very technical comments about recommendations for the resolution that you're going to pass today. And then you're going to hear some specific comments for the 4 GSAs that I work with from the people who are actually on the ground in those GSAs, Travis and Alex. But I did want to make one note about the conversation that just occurred between staff and the board that I hope is helpful. You have a tremendously gifted staff right now. There's also tremendously gifted staff at each of these GSAs. But what we currently have, and I think it's the nature of the fact that things are moving fast and we've been on short timelines, is conversations that happen in silos. So there is not an interaction between these two sets of incredibly gifted people. And I would just strongly encourage both the GSAs and state board staff to bridge that communication gap. Because if there is a finding in a staff report that is so significantly different than a finding in a GSA memo, or vice versa, the parties shouldn't hear about it for the first time when the report gets published. They should hear about it for the first time when one staff person calls another staff person on the phone and says, I have reached a different conclusion. I would like to meet with you and walk through it and make sure we are all working off the same information. And frankly, that is a universal tool that solves a lot of problems. And so I truly hope that these extremely gifted people, both at the state board and the GSAs, have the opportunity to have those conversations, because I think it will bridge a lot of gaps between now and 2027. So now I want to get into the specific purpose of my comments, which is our request and recommendation for your action today. I did provide to the board comments that included a red line of your proposed resolution. And the specific ask in that red line is twofold. One is that Teapot and Vandalia do receive your exclusion today, because there is evidence in the record that they are adequately managed. Both of those GSAs are very small. They have significant surface water resources, and they are either in balance or net rechargers. They also have demand management programs that are fully enforced, and they have information that can be shared with state board staff for purposes of the work that needs to be done over the next 2 years. The second specific request is that you consider, under your Water Code authority, exclusion for the class or category of extractors in Lower Tule and Pixley, and potentially the other GSAs who've requested the exclusion, the landowners or extractors who are in good standing and are in compliance with all of the GSA's rules. And that, of course, would mean that the GSAs have to give you that list and have to stand by it. And the ones that I represent are willing to do that. There is a specific reason for these requests. There are really only 3 purposes for what you are doing today. One purpose is to collect money. The second purpose is to collect information that you need to help the basin get sustainable. And then there is a third purpose that just comes along with being a regulatory body, and that is creating incentives to change behavior. It is the third purpose that I think is probably the most important to discuss. In Lower Tule and Pixley, they have demand management programs and fees and rules that frankly are pretty darn stringent. In Lower Tule, they have completely eliminated transitional pumping. In Pixley, they are on path to do that by next year. It was cut significantly this year. Their fees for overpumping are in excess of $1,300 an acre foot. They have imposed liens on property who have not paid them. Compliance is happening very fast. So the question is, for the landowners who have made significant economic sacrifices in their operations over the last several years to bring themselves in compliance with those rules, have cut back their pumping, have registered their wells, and have been supplying data to the GSAs, all of which can be provided to you in one action as opposed to dozens or hundreds if they have to do it individually through gears. Why would we want to tell those landowners that the state board doesn't find that action good enough? Why would we want to interfere with the progress that these GSAs are making in requiring landowners to cut back their use of water and to be prepared to have their wells registered and their pumping from the lower aquifer significantly reduced or cut back altogether in very, very short order if the subsidence continues and they are a different percentage of meeting the minimum thresholds? I don't think that's the incentive that you want to create. If it's going to take 2 years for this board to either adopt an interim plan or approve new plans that are put together by the GSAs, I don't think we want 2 years where the actions of landowners who are currently complying with the rules are put in doubt. Instead, what we want is an action by you today that incentivizes those landowners to continue abiding by the rules, to continue cutting back their water use to just what can be sustainable in the basin without overdraft pumping, and to be continuing to register wells and be prepared to cut back or eliminate pumping from the lower aquifer to prevent subsidence. That's what you want to happen. And I think that incentive is something that should be forefront. It is thankfully raining today. It may stop. It may be very dry next year. I think we want the incentives in this subbasin to be strong for landowners to continue to comply with the GSA's rules. Because your enforcement authority over the next 2 years, if people are not complying with the GSA's rules, is frankly pretty minimal. You might be able to make an example out of a couple of landowners, but you cannot do what the GSAs are doing, which is send them very large bills and put liens on their property. You do not have that power, the GSAs do. So we need to make sure that your action today pushes the landowners in the GSAs that need to come into compliance. And we've explained this in conversations with a few of you, but if you have the ability to collect $12 million from this basin a year, but you really only need 6 to run your program, then there is a reason why, from a monetary perspective, you can grant the exclusion to the class or category of extractors who are in good standing and complying with all the rules in their GSAs. You will still meet your monetary goals. You will still receive all the information that you would otherwise receive if those extractors were registering through gears. You will reduce confusion for those landowners so they're not having to provide the same information in 2 places. And you will continue to support strong incentives in the subbasin for people to reach sustainability, which should be the most important goal over the next couple years. So that is the purpose behind the red lines. I'm happy to answer any questions or have any discussion that you would like.
Thank you, Ms. Spalletta. I don't have any, but other board members do. Vice Chair.
So can you explain how, in looking at staff's recommendation, that we not accept the request for exclusion on the basis that the plans themselves don't meet the criteria? How would we, why would we want to provide for the exclusion for individual landowners that are simply following the plan that our staff is saying isn't adequate?
So I'll give you a very clear example. Lower Tule. Lower Tule has eliminated transitional pumping. Okay? So that means that the landowners in Lower Tule who are extracting groundwater, and mind you, they have a lot of surface water in Lower Tule, so that helps. But they are extracting groundwater within the scope of an overlying groundwater right. That means it is limited to native safe yield and any recharge credits that have been documented in the basin. Okay? So they can't cut back anymore without some kind of special finding that those landowners are not allowed under the law to extract what normally an overlying landowner would be allowed to extract. So for those landowners who are complying with the limitations in Lower Tule, who are paying their fees, why aren't they adequately managed? There hasn't been any example, and I haven't seen any in the staff report or in comments yet today, maybe there'll be one, that there are subsidence issues or failed wells in Lower Tule that haven't been adequately mitigated. We actually don't have any examples of those because the mitigation program is set up, it's working, it's evaluating claims. I think you've heard before that there are actually staff people of Lower Tule who attend all of the meetings of the local utility districts and help them through technical issues to make sure that they're providing good water service. So we don't have undesirable results occurring in Lower Tule that are not being mitigated, especially through the landowners who are complying with the pumping restrictions. Now, there is still subsidence occurring in Lower Tule. It is occurring at a significantly reduced rate since Lower Tule started ramping down its transitional pumping and got rid of it last year. So the question is the goal of the board to completely halt subsidence today, or is the goal of the board for adequate management to ensure that the rate of subsidence is declining to the point where you will be able to achieve the minimum thresholds by 2040? For Lower Tule, we believe that technically they will achieve the minimum threshold by 2040, and they have the technical reports to support that. Obviously, State Board staff disagrees. That is a technical issue that needs to be worked out between the parties over the next 2 years. But it doesn't mean, and we just heard staff say this, it doesn't mean that there has been a foregone conclusion that the groundwater levels in Lower Tule, for example, need to be raised 100 feet in order for 2040 sustainability to be achieved. What has been raised is a technical disagreement about exactly what's required. But when you have landowners who are already not overdraft pumping and complying with all the other rules, including the rules that require them to register wells and reduce or eliminate pumping from the lower aquifer to prevent subsidence, what else can they do right now? I hope that helps.
Thank you. Not seeing anything further from the dais. Much appreciation. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Ms. Spalletta. Next, I'd like to call up Travis Milwee, be followed by Michael Knight, then Alex Peltzer, and then Matthew Kidder.
Good afternoon, Board Chair and members of the board. My name is Travis Milwee, and I am the Resources Manager for Lower Tule River, Pixley, Teapot Dome, and Vandalia GSAs. But today, my comments specifically pertain to the work and the progress that's been going on in the Pixley Groundwater Sustainability Agency. I appreciate this opportunity to comment regarding staff's recommendation that you are considering today. And I'm asking that the board recognize the significant progress already being made locally and to effectively allow that progress to continue, not by layering additional regulatory burdens on landowners who are already making the hard decisions to comply with SGMA. Over the last several years, Pixley has amended its groundwater sustainability plan 3 times, directly addressing both the concerns raised by DWR and State Water Board staff. Pixley has continued to show a pattern of adaptive management and willingness to again and again make those tough decisions. Since 2020, Pixley has been enforcing a demand management program with the goal of phasing the GSA into sustainability. In 2025, Pixley reduced its planned transitional allocation at the time by 50%, as you heard. And again, going into 2026, an additional 50% cut. And the expectation is that it's going to be eliminated altogether in the start of 2027. Also, since 2020, the amount of water consumption and groundwater pumping has consistently declined in Pixley GSA year over year. And additionally, Pixley has been enforcing its demand management program, as you just heard, by imposing hefty fees and penalties to those exceeding their allocation amounts. Pixley has also taken enforcement actions by recording liens and certificate of sales against non-complying parcels in the GSA. And these enforcement actions are most effective, we believe, and best suited at the local level. We've also adopted and are actively enforcing a comprehensive subsidence management plan, including early action management plans that require well registration, metering, and reporting in high-risk areas. Pixley recognizes that subsidence is a serious issue in our basin and is committed to managing it in the most effective way possible. This is proven by the fact that the farmers in the GSA are using their own funds to employ some of the most talented and skilled hydrogeologic consultants in the industry to study and to advise the GSAs on its subsidence management program. Pixley GSA has also shown its willingness to work with neighboring GSAs on subsidence management as well. This is evident by Pixley participating, as you heard earlier, in the recently approved Southern Land Area Subsidence Study, and is currently directing the technical consultants to work with other GSAs and their technical consultants to better understand the necessary actions to better manage subsidence basin-wide. With the subsidence BMPs just recently being released, Pixley is committed to coordinating further management actions that may be necessary to address this difficult and complicated issue in our basin. And we're committed to doing that in a process that is backed by sound and peer-reviewed data. Pixley has a domestic well mitigation program that was revised and readopted in 2024 with the feedback from the State Water Board staff at the time. Currently, it has over $1.7 million ready to go and funds ready to mitigate any at-risk domestic wells. While we feel this is an adequate program now, as you heard earlier, Pixley is also committed to working with neighboring GSAs to ensure one single coordinated mitigation plan for the whole basin. And that process is underway now. And speaking of coordination, Pixley and many of the other GSAs are committed to continuing this recent effort to develop a multi-GSA single GSP. We're committed to seeing that process through. As it's already been said, we believe that it is the best path forward. So the ask here today is similar for Pixley, as you just heard, that some of these actions clearly demonstrate Pixley is being actively and adequately managed and managing its groundwater at the local level. What's not seen, however, is the commitment and dedication from the farmers in Pixley. In my time in working with them, I have seen them regularly attend board meetings, hours on hours of board meetings, actively participate in difficult policy development and decision-making, and come up with alternative solutions, even while facing down some of the most impossible challenges. Imposing additional state reporting, metering, and fees on top of these efforts, we fear will only create more confusion, increase costs, and erode trust in the local GSA. If the board is not prepared to grant a full exclusion for Pixley, I instead ask the board to consider the alternative approach that you just heard, what I feel is a more fair and more balanced approach for these complying farmers. Pixley would support applying state reporting and fees to those who are not in compliance and not in good standing with the GSA policies. That would include exceeding their allocations, failing to pay delinquent or outstanding groundwater fees, and not meeting the requirements of our subsidence management program. The farmers that are in compliance should not be penalized twice. Finally, I just want to emphasize that many of the remaining issues that we've discussed and have been highlighted are technical in nature and are actively being addressed and through ongoing coordination, updates to modeling, and adaptive management. I have heard it said from this board today and in the past that the goal here is to see Pixley get out of probation entirely. I assure you, we share in that goal. I and the rest of the Pixley GSA staff are committed to working collaboratively with your staff to achieve that goal. But at this time, we respectfully ask that you consider our proposal, our alternative proposal, and exclude the farmers who are complying and not punish them additionally. We believe that this would be a big show of support by the State Water Resources Control Board to the GSAs and would incentivize further local compliance to the GSA policies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Milwee. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Knight, be followed by Alex Peltzer, Matthew Kidder, and then Roger Everett.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I think it goes without mentioning that this Sigma implementation is a little bit more complicated than what it was perceived to be in the beginning. But let me introduce myself. My name is Michael Knight. I'm speaking on behalf of the Porterville Irrigation District Groundwater Sustainability Agency. The decisions and the implementation of the Sigma regulation is, taken on a reality all its own. It is really driven the local agencies and the state to make a hard decision, often during periods of transition and under significant pressure, which we're all under here today. We recognize the challenge and appreciate the board's continued effort for the Tule Subbasin. There's been a lot of investment in continuing the vision of sustainability for the subbasin. The last time many of us were before the board, the Tule Subbasin was placed on probation. Since then, we've had the opportunity to see the effects of that action. We've seen the urgency it created, but we've also seen how quickly local structures can fracture when agencies are trying to navigate the transition, the implementation, and coordination all at the same time. Today, I ask that the board see this meeting as an opportunity to recognize the challenges that have occurred since probation. I mean, the impacts to the subbasin intimately as you work with these folks that are the growers, the farmers, the folks that are putting food on the table for the Tule Subbasin. It brings a new awareness when you deal with it on a daily basis. The occurrences that have changed since the probation status, we've had many conversations with state board members one-on-one, and I think the presentation today by the technical group brings some of that reality and your candid approaches to giving us your thoughts and your direction. And I hope those comments were received well today. But an opportunity to acknowledge that some GSAs, including PID, Porterville Irrigation District, have moved beyond the planning into an implementation phase, an opportunity to reinforce the importance of implementing the Sigma regulations consistently and prioritizing coordination going forward with the subbasin. And a lot of these comments were shared today. Since its formation, the PID GSA has implemented a sustainable yield allocation program, removing all transitional water used within the GSA boundary. Groundwater accounting and tracking, well registration and account validation efforts, and enforcement tools, including what many have mentioned here today is a heavy extraction penalty for overconsumption. These are effective management measures, not just commitments or future commitments. These are implementations that we are working with today. PID has also maintained a positive water budget across multiple reporting periods, which was displayed today in the staff report. Results have demonstrated that progress is being made and should be part of the board's evaluation. PID's policy implementation matches, exceeds baselines approved in other exclusion requests. We're not asking that the board overlook its concerns. We ask that the board recognize the opportunity and the distinction between the lack of management and active implementation during a transition period. We also ask that the board recognize the importance of granting exclusion requests on a progressive basis that promotes coordination. Our GSA is engaged, coordinating, and working towards more unified subbasin approach. We respectfully ask the board to focus on progress, consistency, and action that support a coordinated path forward for the Tule subbasin as we work to try to exit state intervention. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. And again, if folks want to respond from the program, just pop up. Next, I'd like to call up Alex Peltzer, be followed by Matthew Kidder, Roger Everett, and then Mike Faria.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Alex Peltzer. I'm an attorney representing, I think you heard some reference to some of the affiliated GSPs, GSAs, and I represent those four that are under common management: Vandalia, Teapot, Lower Tule, and Pixley. I'm going to focus most of my comments on Vandalia and Teapot, but I wanted to just reiterate that what is common to those four is a high level of coordination and cooperation over the last year and a half since you took action on the probation decision to meet with and coordinate with state board staff on a number of things, primarily on changes to the GSPs that would be necessary or appropriate in staff's opinion to make them acceptable and proof of adequate management in those GSAs. It's been, well, we spent a good, 6 or 8 months of the period between September last year and March, April, May of this year, meeting with staff more than once a month, sharing revised GSP language on policy issues, not just the technical issues, but the policy kind of statements that are made in the plans that they thought were necessary. We got significant consensus that all of those things were on the right track, and they got reflected, including significantly the mitigation plans. It was noted earlier that those four districts or GSAs have separate mitigation plans, but they are all essentially the same, and they are different than the 22 basin-wide plan for a reason. They are different because they made improvements that the staff had been recommending. We wanted to get out in front and make those improvements to the mitigation plan and not wait for a revised 2022 plan. So although it made it look a little bit like we're going different directions and becoming more disjointed and not doing this basin-wide thing, there's a reason for it. We were trying to improve to meet staff recommendations ahead of the rest of the basin. And I just wanted to take, for the work that was put into revising the GSAs, which were not even recognized in the staff report, that there are 2025 updated GSAs or GSPs for those four districts. On the slide denoting when GSPs have been revised, it was omitted. So I just wanted to make sure you do know that we did adopt revised GSPs in 2025 following this long process with state board staff. So I didn't want that to go unrecognized. But the rest of my comments today are about Vandalia and Teapot and why I think they have a kind of an equal protection or fairness issue here. The initial exclusion decisions for Delano and Kern Tulare were based on essentially that they are in balance and they don't have a likely effect on other extractions in the subbasin. And that is very much the same case for Vandalia and Teapot. Vandalia, in particular, under whatever accounting system you'd like to use, is a positive contributor to the subbasin, is not a net extractor from the subbasin. There was some questions raised in the staff report about water budgets, particularly surface water budgets, not matching what is reported in the state water rights reporting system. Well, simple reason for that, if they had checked with us, was that there are more than one water rights that Vandalia is able to use, including Campbell Moreland Ditch Company. So when you add that, I think the discrepancy goes away. But that was raised as kind of a reason to question why Vandalia is positive or not. Subsidence is not an issue in Vandalia, and staff has not identified anything with that. And as a result of subsidence not being an issue, metering and reporting and well registration are not necessary. They've not been necessary anywhere in the subbasin unless there's a subsidence issue. And that's when we start to require metering and reporting. So because there is not a subsidence issue, there is not a metering and reporting requirement in Vandalia. Staff has not actually taken issue with that. But they did note in the table that there's no metering in Vandalia. Staff also identified 3 wells that Vandalia should have identified as being failed wells. We looked into those. Those were all failed prior to 2015 and were actually reported to Self-Help Enterprises, and we wouldn't have gotten notice of them because we weren't even in existence at that time. So Self-Help has not, we have an agreement with Self-Help to implement our mitigation plan, and Self-Help has not identified those wells as being candidates for mitigation. So we assume if they had any kind of connection to groundwater levels, the Self-Help would have raised those with us. So those were the really only concerns that kind of justified treating Vandalia any different than Kern, Tulare, and Delano. So we'd like to renew our request that Vandalia be excluded on the same basis as Kern, Tulare, and Delano. Just one more thing, would note that there is a demand management, an accounting system that applies to all landowners in Vandalia, which does not necessarily the case in Delano or Kern, Tulare. So we believe all of the criteria are met, particularly the second criteria of exclusion, which is that the extractions in the GSA are not likely to have an impact on the rest of the subbasin for no other reason than there's a very small area and they're positive extractors.
Mr. President, can you remind me how many acres we're talking about in Vandalia?
It's around 2,000 acres. It's, Teapot
Very
Dome is
small.
3,000 acres around there.
Yeah, very small.
So I'll move to Teapot Dome. The budgets published in the staff report, we've had an opportunity to talk with state board staff, and we think that there's a clear correction, at least for the 5-year and 10-year budgets. And that relates to a significant amount of groundwater that was recharged at a project that went online in 2014 for Teapot Dome. And for the vagaries of how our reports are done subbasin wide, they didn't show up in a certain column and didn't get added into the columns that state board staff relied on to come up with its numbers. We can go into the numbers, but they're kind of minuscule. If the staff makes their correction to the 5-year budget, we end up with 73 acre feet of negative across the entire GSA for that 5-year period. Our biggest issue is that we should be using a 9-year period, and we should be including some level of the net inflow outflow from other GSAs. But even at not using the subsurface inflow, net inflow outflow from the GSAs, using the 9-year period, which is from Sigma implementation on, that's the reason we use it, under all of the methods that you'd use, we come out positive, to the tune of some 700 acre feet a year positive in Teapot Dome. That information was provided in our request. Tables were provided, and no response has been made in the staff report. So we believe that that's the best criteria to use to see if you're being managed correctly. We had no opportunity to manage before 2015, so we think that's the appropriate time period to use. In any case, even if you do look at the negatives, they're very small, not likely to have an impact, and we're showing signs that we're managing differently along the way to eliminate that in the future. The trend is definitely better. So, and again, demand management is in place. We think we have an adequate mitigation, no subsidence issues. There is one parcel in the GSA that is included in one of the zones for the Franklin Canal subsidence management area. And that parcel is currently under metering and reporting requirements. And that's the only thing that is applicable to it under the Franklin Canal, because they only have between 0.5 and 1.1 acre feet average subsidence, and that's below the upper tiers. So we really believe that for both districts, the clear intent of the exclusion is met, and we again request that they be excluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peltzer. Vice Chair.
Well, this is an area that I have spent some time on, and so I remain open to your request, but I know that staff is still recommending against it. So before asking staff, I want to give you an opportunity to comment on two things. One is your evaluation, the GSA's evaluation as to Teapot and Vandalia's impact on other areas outside, because you're really focusing on not subsidence, within these areas, but what is your analysis as to outside the two GSAs? And then secondly, I know there's been some concern about certain GSAs. I don't know if it would be either of these two regarding native yield and credit for precipitation, perhaps even precipitation that has not yet occurred. So just want to hear more about what goes into the water balance calculations.
Sure. So I think the issue really, both of those come down to whether to consider inflows and outflows, subsurface inflows and outflows that are from other GSAs. So the counting system has columns that show inflows from other GSAs, not cross subbasin boundaries, but cross GSA boundaries. So if you're next to another subbasin, that inflow outflow will be shown in another column. This column is just showing inflows and outflows subsurface between GSA boundaries. And so that gets to the question you have, what impacts are they having? Well, I think in both cases, Vandalia and Teapot are net positive. So in other words, they receive more from other GSAs than they export out to other GSAs, because there's a number here and a number there, and the in is bigger than the out. And so we get a benefit in our groundwater budgets from that. And staff's general position is that should be excluded. You shouldn't count that in whether you have a positive budget or not. And we have a bit of an issue with that by the fact that inflows and outflows of the district might be from different sources. One of the sources of net inflows would be recharged water that reaches the groundwater from the natural riverways, which right to that has been the subbasin essentially adds that up across the subbasin and gives a right to that to all of the GSA acreage by what we call peanut butter spread. It amounts to about 0.15 acre feet per acre. And that's part of your safe yield that has been sort of recognized should be spread through the GSAs. Well, physically, that shows up in inflows for the sake of a Teapot, which is not adjacent to a natural water course. The only place that could come is through subsurface flows. So excluding that net 100% excludes water to which the landowners have a right. So we think that could be added back in. We've proposed doing that. We have been not really responded to on that, other than they don't agree that should be added. So there's some technical difference about how you most accurately reflect the groundwater budget for the purpose of trying to decide whether you're groundwater positive or negative in your budgets. And so, but it comes down to a 0.1 acre feet per year difference, which is enough to tip Teapot into the positive. The main point of that is that I think the water budget, negative or positive, is a tool to see whether we're being managed correctly. And the fact that we're so close, one way or the other, significantly positive if you give any of the benefit of the doubt to the accounting systems, indicates that that is a strong indicator of good management. I mean, so excluding all of the inflows and outflows from other GSAs may not be the appropriate thing. It might be short shifting the districts that are like Teapot. They're not on a natural waterway.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pelzer. Just to see if there's anything from Mr.
Yeah, so there were a lot of things raised here, and we could respond to a lot of those. I'll say we had a call last week on Thursday with a representative, with Travis Milwee, with a representative of the 4 GSAs, specifically to talk about the water budget concerns they raised in their comment letters regarding Vandalia and Teapot Dome. So all of this was discussed last Thursday, and if it's helpful, I can address a few of the things.
I think it might be helpful. I know Vice Chair, I think, is still open here, so
Okay.
could be.
Yeah, so I took some notes. I hope I captured it all. The first one was that the water budgets were not matching what was reported to the water rights system, and there was an assertion that we should have reached out to get more information. We actually did, and we had that information on that additional water right. Our understanding is that Vandalia receives 100% of one pre-14 water right, which then they put to recharge, or they infiltrate into the ground. And then 26? Yeah, 25.5% of the Campbell Moreland ditch. So that was included. And when we compare what's in the water budget for the GSA provided to us to what's reported to Cal Waters, they don't match up. And at times, I think the error or the difference is like more than 50% of the total diversions. And it's not in a linear fashion. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. So that brings up concerns about the quality of the water budget, that the information that they're putting into the water budget at the basin-wide level. Regarding the inflows versus outflows. So if you're managing an area and you've got your neighbor next door, there are inflows and outflows. Those are subflow. One way to get inflow is to pump more water and change the gradient. So generally, when you're calculating water budgets, when you're trying to look at a single GSA area, you exclude just the inflows and outflows from neighboring GSAs, not the inflows from like recharge from surface water systems. That's all left in the budgets. And so that is a technical method for looking at which GSAs are water budget positive or water budget negative. And we're happy to have further conversations about what that means when we do include that or not include that. When we do include that, a lot of those values, we understand, would come from the basin-wide model. And we have actually asked to have a copy of the model so that we could review it and review some of the assumptions in the model, because all of the errors a lot of error could be introduced by including that subflow in and out. But we were given something to sign that we could not sign. we'd have to agree to basically not be able to take actions in the subbasin. There were a lot of things we could not agree to. So we were not provided with the model. We would very much like to review the basin's groundwater model so we can better understand the assumptions going into that so that we understand the quality of the decisions being made from it. In Teapot Dome, there was an error in their water budget where they added recharge on the surface water side, but didn't account for it on the groundwater side. And so the water budget didn't actually balance. And they did their calculations based on the surface water side. We did it based on the groundwater side. They should absolutely match up 1-to-1. But because of the error that they didn't include that on the other side of the water budget, that created a discrepancy. And so when we calculated our water budgets and they calculated theirs, they were different. So we pointed out that discrepancy. We'd be happy to receive corrected water budgets and consider that information. And the last one with the Vandalia water budget, our water budgets were in agreement as latest of December. Their latest water budget included sustainable yield, the one they included in their comment letter, whereas you usually calculate a yield, a safe yield, could be a sustainable yield when you consider some other things out of a water budget, but now it was added. And so that produced a discrepancy. That's the water budget components. I can go into credits and other things, but I could also save that for later. It depends on if you'd like to hear about that.
Thank you. That was all really great. And I think we can preserve for now the discussion further into credits. I think, the budget was a big part of the case that I know Mr. Pelzer was trying to make and the determination. So I think that's good for now, and just appreciate the response and the responsiveness here. All right, next I'd like to call up Matthew Kidder, be followed by Roger Everett, then Mike Faria, and then Louis Tristão.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My wife and I raise our kids in Lower Tule Irrigation District. My kids are 5th generation. We are hoping that it'll just keep going from generation to generation. We are, I'm a advisory member on the Lower Tule Irrigation District Board, GSA. Also a stakeholder in Porterville Irrigation District. We farm in both districts. We also farm in Sausalito Irrigation District. And also we farm in Tulare Irrigation District. With respect, the biggest thing I'd like to focus on is the dollars that are going to leave our area to come to the state for you guys to do what you have to do. And we understand a lot of that stuff, and we need to work together, as everybody has pointed out today. We've spent a tremendous amount of money complying with all these things that we have to comply with because of all our problems with subsidence and groundwater. I'd also like to add that, the huge expense in Lower Tule, that's where we farm the most. And in Lower Tule, we've had to put meters in the last year. It's just been a policy that the GSA has put in place. So our farm, we've had to spend roughly, I'm trying to remember the number now. I think it was $48,000 just in applying meters. And the other thing is availability for them takes time, and getting them installed, because it's not just here, we'll just put them in. It's fabrication and, redesigning of some stuff, because the last meter was there put in 35 years ago and things are completely different. So, I'd like to kind of point these things out, that it's not really something that we can just snap our fingers and comply with everything that's going on. You know, we're doing the best we can as fast as we can. And, you know, the other thing I'd like to point out too is in the last few months, maybe in the last year and a half, whenever we got a little more directive from the state staff, we've really started making big strides, I've felt. And we've felt pretty good about the things that are going on in these meetings and talking with the state staff. And I know that our management team has met with you guys, and I know it's a lot of effort by everybody to do this work, and it's also effort on our work, you know. And we rely on staff just like you guys do, because, you know, nine times out of 10, you go with what the staff says. But sometimes you have to step outside the line a little bit, and hopefully, you know, we can make adjustments and move forward and try to get a better understanding where we're all coming from, because sometimes the miscommunication is what causes us to make mistakes or not comply because we're not sure. And, you know, those are kind of the points I wanted to point out today on our behalf. And, you know, thanks for the effort for everything that everybody does, because it's a big effort by every one of us. You know, I'd rather be planting corn today, but here we are. We're here in Sacramento. So, anyhow, all right. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kidder. Really appreciate you coming up here to Sacramento and providing your voice as part of this discussion and the work that you're doing day in, day out there in the basin. You know, I know, again, the concern around fees particularly, and, you know, those investments leaving and coming here, say, to the state board and our work. And, you know, I wish that the law was structured differently, that, you know, it wasn't here, the need to recoup the program and impose fees being part of it. But we're, as you said, we're all trying to do our best with the program and the laws that we have in front of us. So, but know that this isn't a punitive action, whatever the board determines today. And ultimately here to continue to work with folks and keep faith in the need to stay focused and address what I know are difficult circumstances on the ground with folks. So just thank you for that. And thank you for your voice here. Next, I'd like to call up Roger Everett, be followed by Mike Faria, thank you, and then Louis Tristeo.
Good afternoon, staff and board. I just want to appreciate your time and allowing us to have a voice here today. As you said, my name is Roger Everett. I'm a beekeeper, grower in the eastern portion of the Tule Basin. And I'm just here today to emphasize the rapid pace that I think our GSAs are going through to become compliant with new information and new things as it comes along, and how now that we have a new set of people involved, we're really working hard to follow models presented by Kern and Delta Mendota that you guys have approved, which provides us with a good roadmap on how to get to where we're being asked to go. My large concern is, again, the fees and the pumping structure to pull $10+ million out of a basin that's struggling financially and trying to meet, as Mr. Kidder mentioned, the high costs of compliance with this regulation as well as multiple other regulations simultaneously. And I've just asked that all those things be considered before we pull that $10+ million out of our basin as we work diligently to meet the goals that we're being placed in front of us.
Thank you, Mr. Everett. Appreciate those comments. Thanks for being here with us. Next, I'd like to call up Mike Faria, followed by Louis Tristeo, then Pam Sola.
Thank you for getting my name right. Appreciate it. And it's Tristo, by the way. Another Portuguese guy after me.
Appreciate that. With a name like mine, you know, I know how that can be, so thanks.
Hey, I want to say thank you to all you five up there. You all made the effort to come down to see us, if you know, maybe a year and a half ago or so. Appreciate that, and your staff. I mean, you all have a job to do. You five have some tough decisions to make. I understand you're dealing with a lot of money. I was here before lunch. You were talking about Prop 4 funding for some rivers down south, right? I get it. That's big people need help to clean up the, we understand all that. And I'm here speaking solely on behalf of Lower Tule. We farm in Lower Tule, and we also farm in some white land in Tulare. So we get a little bit of taste of all of it, and there's a lot of people feeling a lot of pain. There's definitely haves and have-nots in this. And I'm losing my train of thought, but I want to go back to one thing. I was here in September of 2024, and I was up here thinking, Lower Tule, we deserved a shot at the exclusion. I really did. And, we had transitional pumping. We had it where we ramped down. Remember, the deal was we got till 2040 to be sustainable, right? And we had transitional water to allow farmers and growers to transition into sustainability. And, obviously things changed, and we understand that too. Subsidence is a big issue. So we started ramping down our allowable transitional water, and we actually never really hit our marks. We didn't use that much. So, but anyhow, I stood here, in September 24 thinking we had a shot. And when I look back at that, I'm like, how could we have a shot when we were over pumping, right? Transitional water is pumping over and above, but still there are some districts that are going to need that to get out of the position that they're in. In Lower Tule, we cut that out, and it was tough. There was a lot of arguing going on, and some people are in different boats, and we're just trying to figure it out. But we did it. It was a tough decision, but with that done, I feel like I thought we were good to go. Honestly, now I know we're in a high subsidence area, and there could be islands of sustainability in a high subsidence area. Am I wrong? But I just. And as some others have said, the money, you heard my story before. We farm right up against the community of Tipton, and we farm right against the city of Tulare. And we try to be good neighbors. A lot of our employees live in Tipton, and we have Woodville also in Poplar in Lower Tule. And our staff and management at Lower Tule, any extra water that comes in, it's focused on those areas. The farmers around those communities get priority to that water. Now they got to pay for it, but it's an incentive to not run their wells when there's minimal water. Now, when there's a lot of water, we all get it, but we're really working hard, and we are, in my mind, sustainable. So I'm here. If we don't get the exclusion, fine. I just want to stop the flow of the money out of our community. I really do. Hey, and believe it or not, you guys aren't the hardest board in California. I believe that title goes to the California Air Resources Board. And they are, I'm serious. I'm joking a little bit, but I'm serious. They're going to break us. You guys have a job to do, and you have to look after the whole of the state. I understand that. But we farmers, we're not bad people. And we see what needs to happen. I mean, these wells, we put probably 6 or 7 wells in over the last 10 years. We're no less than $250,000 per well. We don't want to put any more wells in. We can't. I mean, we can't pump enough water to justify them. You know what I mean? So just the money, it is a battle. So to see more money, leaving our community that, at least if we were to take that money, $20 per acre foot, $300 per well, put it into a pot at Lower Tule, we would have a minimum of a couple of $1 million. I believe that. I ran some numbers, $500 an acre, whatever. We could incentivize farmers to not farm, pay them not to farm for a year. Or there's a substantial amount of money. That's my point. Now, we don't have a policy for that, right? But we have other fees that we collect that we use for mitigation and stuff like that. But really, that's my sole purpose here today is I just want to talk about that money. I mean, just that I know, I heard your comment earlier, Chair, and I understand. And the law's the law. But the power that you have is in the exclusionary part of the law. And I feel like we've earned it at Lower Tule. That's it. I thank you all for your time. And the staff, I know the staff don't feel like you're catching a lot of arrows here today because I can't even imagine the numbers you you deal with coming in from all these different GSAs. They're all doing things differently. It's got to be a headache. So I suggest take the advice of, I forgot your name. Jennifer. Yeah, I think it was Jennifer, and use our information. I mean, it's there, you know? So anyhow, thank you for your time. And we do appreciate you all. Thank you.
Appreciate you as well, and appreciate those comments and acknowledgement, and know that we're here to strengthen the relationship and help get you guys out of probation ultimately. That's the goal here. So just thanks. Appreciate all those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Louis Tristo, and then be followed by Pam Sola.
I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here. We've all been coming up here with the
okay.
same deal.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank the board for all your guys' work and the staff. You guys put in a tremendous amount of work for us. Just like to see some things come out a little differently. You know, I am a grower in Lower Tule GSA. Just some of the things, you know, we have eliminated our overdraft completely. So that has gone away to help us become more sustainable. We have worked on subsidence, maybe not as hard as we maybe should have, but we're working there. We're getting that in the right direction. We do have well mitigation plans in place to, if something comes up, we have money set aside ready to go to help people out. We do have that in place. We have been working on everything. As far as the disadvantaged communities, as Mike had made the comment, whenever there's some water available, they do direct it around the disadvantaged communities to see if we can incentivize stop pumping so that their water stays good there. Just to sum it up, I'll make this kind of quick. I agree with what Jennifer Spalletta had said about doing the fees to people who are being compliant. I think that's a great idea. I think we'd love to do that. I'd love to see the fees go away from on the exclusion. And if they don't go away, I don't know if this is the right thing to say, but I'd like to see the GSAs that have the exclusion maybe have it taken away so that they will come to the table so we could come together with a unified plan that we are working on. And I think that would be great if we can get that done. So yeah, just committed to that unified plan. I'd love to see that come together if we could find a way to get that done within ourselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you incredibly for yours as well. Thank you for those comments and contributions here to the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Pam Sola, be followed by Nicole Whipple, then Josh Pitiglio. Apologies, I've completely butchered her last name. I'll try better next time around. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, board members. I am normally not the type of girl who writes down what she's going to say. I very much like to speak from the heart and speak off the cuff. But I knew today this subject and what the decision you're going to make today so affects our family farm and our chance at livelihood and continuation of our family farm that I wrote down what I was going to say today. So please forgive me for doing what I don't normally do, which is just read off of a paper, but I guarantee I wrote every word. My name is Pam Sola. Our farm is within Lower Tule GSA. My husband is the 4th generation to farm our land. My son is the 5th, and my 16-year-old grandson aspires to be the 6th. As a grower in Lower Tule, I know we are working hard and complying with SGMA rules. As the signer of the checks on our farm, I know we've spent lots and lots of money to implement interventions to balance our own water budget, and in doing so, help our GSA meet the goals of SGMA. Our one large investment that we are super proud of in our farm is our sinking basin. There is a great deal of pride when we utilize it to bank water that sustains us, but just as importantly, replenishes the aquifer under our feet and the feet of everyone in our basin. We are part of the solution, and we're pretty proud of that. Lower Tule GSA is working hard and actively managing groundwater and meeting SGMA requirements. They are doing it locally, and they are seeing real results. I've got some firsthand knowledge of that because I sleep next to one of the Lower Tule GSA commissioners every night. I was beyond shocked when I read that state staff was recommending Lower Tule not be given the exemption from state intervention and was suggesting that we need to be subjected to extra state reporting and fees. I believe it is so unnecessary to achieve SGMA goals. I just paid 2 cents shy of $8 for 1 gallon of diesel. Every bill I open lately tells me how sorry they are that they've had to increase my costs because their costs have gone up. We cannot afford more fees that come with the unnecessary state intervention. Please do not undermine our local progress. Please do not punish growers who are complying with SGMA rules. Please grant the exemption to Lower Tule from state intervention and new fees. Please continue to support us locally and watch us succeed. We will not disappoint you. There is no group of people more dedicated to succeed than our GSA and the farmers that live and work and try to survive within it. Our very livelihoods depends on being profitable just a little bit so that we can continue our way of life. And I think we're valuable. I just drove up here to make comments because I think it's important when we're looking at figures and stats to know how this is affecting farmers, small family farms that are just trying to stay doing what they love to do. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you incredibly for your words and testimony here before us. Ms. Sola, I know how difficult situations are right now for folks and know that these decisions weigh heavily on us for sure. And so your voice is really important and critical to myself, at least, knowing to have your voice represented here amongst us. So just much appreciation for that, Ms. Sola. Next, I'd like to call up Nicole Whipple, be followed by Josh Pitigliano, and then Vincent Sola.
And Chair Esquivel, I do not see Nicole Whipple on the platform.
Thank you. Next, then we'll go to Josh Pitigliano.
He's not here.
Okay, he's not, okay. Is he online? Okay.
Good afternoon, Board. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Okay. It looks like I can't do my video, but I am, my name is Josh Pitliano. I am a board of directors. I am on the board of directors for Lower Tule Irrigation District. I'm also on the board of directors of the Friant Water Authority. I started on the Lower Tule board in 2018, seeing that the SGMA regulation was coming down on our family farm, and my family decided to invest in my time on the board to help with policy to keep our family farm going. I am the 4th generation farmer on our property, and we have done many things to change our farming practices to become sustainable. As a board member of Lower Tule GSA, for the 2026 year of having zero transitional pumping, we have been we made that decision. It was a hard decision, but we did that to become sustainable. The SGMA has allowed us to go till 2040 to become sustainable. We accelerated that to show the board that we are committed to keeping SGMA local with local control. I would like the board to consider Jennifer Spinetta's amendment to keep the people in Lower Tule that are in good standing excluded from the report and the fees. Local reporting is working. For the state to take over on the reporting will result in grower pushback, and it would we have great momentum right now at the local level, and I really don't want nothing to stop that. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the ability to be online. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate your comments in here contributing to the discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Vincent Sola, be followed by Frank Junio, then Jim Moorhead.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Vincent Sola, and I'm a farmer in the Lower Tule Irrigation District, GSA. And I'm one of the compliant farmers, I guess you might say. We have heard that term today. So I've been involved with the Sigma process since the beginning in 2014. I've been on the GSA as a water commissioner since then. I spoke to you guys here in 2024 also. Thought we were maybe going to get an exclusion that day, but that didn't happen. So as we move on, since that time, our GSA has made very much progresses in different programs: mitigation, domestic mitigation, groundwater balance, the elimination of transitional pumping, and a subsidence program. Develop sinking basins around our GSA to capture runoff, just to name a few of the accomplishments. It is disappointing that the staff is recommending, this is getting ready to fall off here. The sticky stuff's not there working anymore. Recommending to you that it is disappointing that the staff has recommended to you guys that we not get an exemption from the state fees and the reporting. New fees imposed on our growers will undermine our efforts, the progress we've made so far in our GSA, and our GSA has strict demand management rules and fees and penalties for growers who exceed limits. New state reporting and fees are penalties upon penalties. They would strip our GSA of local control, and it is unnecessary. So I ask that the board to exempt Lower Tule from new state reporting fees. Please support our local GSA efforts. We're working very hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sola. Appreciate your local leadership here and work with the GSA, and for your comments. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Frank Junio, be followed by Jim Moorhead, then Todd Turley.
Good afternoon, Board Chair and board members. My name is Frank Junio, and I am a third-generation farmer, and I've got nephews and my family also involved in farming, so they'd be the fourth. We farm within the Pixley Irrigation District, and I respectfully urge the board to reconsider the recommendations to not grant Pixley an exclusion from state reporting and fees, as well as reconsider the harm such fees will do to the local economy and the GSA's ability to maintain local control of groundwater sustainability implementation. As a local grower and a Pixley ID GSA board president, my family and employees have directly experienced the changes and sacrifices required under groundwater management program. Without a doubt, Pixley is actively managing groundwater and making meaningful progress towards sustainability because we are feeling the pain of implementation. While Pixley is not fully water balance neutral, we are on a clear and aggressive path to get there. Transitional pumping has already been significantly reduced for 26 and is scheduled to be fully eliminated by 2027. Groundwater use is declining, and the GSA is committed to continuing that trend. Our local demand management program is real and being enforced. Growers who exceed allocations or fail to comply with rules are subject to penalties and enforcement actions, including recorded liens on their property. This demonstrates that Pixley is not only setting the rules, but actively enforcing them. Pixley is also taking strong action to address subsidence. The GSA has implemented a subsidence management program and is treating the entire district as a high-risk area, requiring well registration, metering, and reporting. These efforts are designed to reduce impacts over time and meet long-term sustainability goals by 2040. Since our demand management program was implemented in 2020, we have seen a 40% reduction in the annual rate of subsidence throughout the GSA. In addition, Pixley has a fully funded domestic well mitigation program, and there have been no disputes in assisting impacted well owners. This reflects on our commitment to protecting our communities. As growers, we are already making difficult economic decisions to comply with local regulations. Adding an additional layer of state reporting fees and requirements would duplicate efforts, increase cost, and undermine the progress that has already been made. It would also unfairly impact those who are already doing the right thing. If the board determines that some level of state oversight is necessary, we respectfully suggest focusing those requirements only on extractors who are not in compliance with the Pixley GSA rules, rather than applying them broadly to all growers. Local management is working. We are reducing pumping, enforcing rules, and moving towards sustainability. What we need now is support for these local efforts, not actions that could set us back. And also, I was informed today that Farm Credit has seen the most delinquencies since 2007. So like you had mentioned, commodity prices are not good. Every grower's paying more fees. Our cost of doing business is going up, is a lot of times not meeting what our expenses are. So with that said, I thank you for your time and consideration and all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Junio. Appreciate you coming up here, providing your comments here before the board and contributing to the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Todd Turley, be followed by Jason Moorhead, and then I believe Eric Oriana.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for having us here today and giving us a chance to speak. My name is Jim Moorhead, and I'm a second-generation farmer from Pixley, California. I've lived in Pixley all my life, and I've been a GSA Planning Commission member since 2015. This is my 50th season as a full-time farmer, and I've never desired to do anything else. Sigma is moving at a breakneck pace. It's contemplating, or I'm sorry, I can't get the word there. I mean, it's moving at a breakneck pace. I'm sorry. In September 24, I spoke at the DWR sub-basin hearing. I predicted that I'd have 50% reduction in my ground by 2030. We will be at 60% next year in 27. 60% of our ground will be out. We'll be farming 40% of it. Corporate investors have already walked away. We will see local farms out of business in the next 2 years. We will be replaced by corporate investors who don't care about the local community. Pixley Schools ADA has reduced from 986 to 816 since 2020, a reduction of 12%. I've sold land and holdings in other districts with better water rights because I can't sell the stuff I've got in Pixley. And I have determined that I cannot farm with debt. I've got to put some money away and hopefully ride this thing out. When I was growing up in the 60s and 70s, you could drive from Porterville to Bakersfield on State Route 65 and see nothing but oats and barley, dry land. And in the 90s, it was all developed into pistachios, grapes, and citrus. most of it being white land. The same can be said for State Route 43 between Corcoran and Wasco. In the 60s and 70s, that was nothing but ground that had never been farmed, just weeds and grass. Today, it's all pistachios and dairies. And that all happened in the 90s also. Times were good. People were looking for any place to develop. I'm here, I want to say those people that developed that ground did nothing wrong. The counties were glad to take our tax revenue, and you guys at the state were glad to take our taxes from it, and nothing was said about it. And I'm here to say that DWR has responsibility in it. That's when things started going south for us, when all that ground developed. DWR and the state has consequences in this. This is the statement that I say characterizes your sentiment the most. We have a problem. What are you going to do about it? That's how we feel. I want to talk a little bit about the 100-mile circle. It's a Harrison Company study that was done, I think, in 23. If you take the center of Fresno and take a string and go out 100 miles and draw a circle, that would encompass to the north Modesto, to the south Bakersfield, and to the west Salinas, and then all of our national parks, which has nothing to do with farming. But that is less than 1% of the total U.S. land mass. Less than 1% of the U.S. land mass. And it produces 60% of the U.S. fruits and nuts. 60%. 30% of the U.S. vegetables. More milk is produced than the state of Wisconsin. More oranges are produced than the state of Florida. More peaches than the state of Georgia. There's 33 dairies in Pixley ID and 89 dairies in Lower Tule. That's 100,000 cows in Pixley and 250,000 cows in Lower Tule. Dairies without water have two choices: reduce the number of cows by 50% or double the land so they can leave 50% out because of the nitrates. 25% of the dairies are in trouble because of water, because of the lack of water, like in Pixley and even Tule River. White ground is an impossible situation right now. There's approximately 4 million acres in that circle, and 1 million of it is going to have to come out, and most of that 1 million is in that circle. Why doesn't this state and the federal government see that our food source and national security and food production is in peril? It's beyond me. This is a statement I used when I was speaking down at the Urban Water Institute. And they tell me you could hear a pin drop when I read it. I don't know because I was too nervous. In closing, yes, it is true that one almond takes 1 gallon of water to produce. But it's also true that one grape takes 1 gallon of water to produce. One pistachio takes 2 gallons of water. One walnut, 5 gallons of water. One orange, 13 gallons of water. One apple, 18 gallons of water. One chicken egg, 53 gallons of water to produce one chicken egg when you go in the morning. 1 pound of chicken, 500 gallons of water. And our classic favorite, the hamburger. 700 gallons to produce one hamburger. That's the meat, cheese, bun, tomato, onion, lettuce, and pickle. Takes 50 gallons to produce an order of fries. So I use this down there because everybody understands it. A family of 4 goes and sits at an In-N-Out burger and orders 4 hamburgers and fries. In 10 minutes, they've consumed 3,000 gallons of water. The average In-N-Out serves 2,000 burgers a day. That's 1.5 million gallons of water just in the food. And I'm not saying this because I don't like food. We all need food. Is that not correct? A farmer is a professional simply that turns water into nutritional food. That's his only job. Please think about this statement. Farmers don't use water. Consumers use water. Consumers want their stores to have fruits, vegetables, nuts, and protein at all times, okay?
Mr. Moorhead,
Yes,
you don't mind trying to wrap a bit?
I am. I'm just about done. Okay. Who wastes more water, a farmer or the back of the refrigerator? How much food do you guys throw away? How much do we all throw away? Farmer doesn't waste water. He can't afford to waste water. When you sit down to a dinner tonight, I'd like to see you pause and reflect and look at your plate and thank a farmer, a dairyman, and a rancher. And think about where it came from. And with 1 million acres gone from the most productive land in the world, where's that food going to come from? That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moorhead. Next, I'd like to call up Todd Turley, be followed by, apologies, Jason Moorhead. You're on here twice, Mr. Moorhead, that's why. Todd Turley next, then Eric Oriana, and then it'll be Seth Merritt. Mr. Turley.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Todd Turley, and I represent and am submitting comments on behalf of Farmland Reserve, Inc., an agricultural landowner within the Lower Tule GSA. Farmland Reserve purchased land within the Lower Tule GSA in January 2022, following a rigorous analysis of projected water supplies, including ramp downs in those supplies. The Lower Tule GSA has made significant strides in developing and implementing programs to manage resources within its jurisdiction in an effort to comply with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and reach groundwater sustainability by 2040. The process has not been easy as we try to manage our resources with evolving rules, but we fully support the Lower Tule GSA's efforts and are confident that those efforts sufficiently respond to the state board's concerns, justifying exclusion of state groundwater pumping fees. Lower Tule GSA's efforts with subsidence is a specific example of success in moving towards sustainability. In advance of the September 17, 2024 probationary hearing, the Lower Tule GSA adopted a land subsidence management program. This program establishes reasonable thresholds that give landowners time to make changes in their practices, but also motivates landowners to implement changes sooner than later, with consequences if subsidence continues. Further, the Lower Tule GSA took a proactive approach by accelerating the end of transitional pumping or ramp down pumping beyond sustainable yield. This decision was not easily made, but shows the commitment of Lower Tule GSA and landowners to address subsidence in spite of the potential acceleration of fallowing and the resulting economic impact. However, the effects of the decision will take time to see results. Penalizing the landowners by implementing additional state fees because dramatic impacts are not more quickly realized would be harsh and unfair. Efforts are being made, but changes to subsidence simply take time. If it continues to be more and more challenging to efficiently and effectively farm, prices in every aspect of farming continue to escalate, especially concerning water, as districts manage limited surface supplies and GSAs implement SGMA. The Lower Tule GSA has programs in place and has worked hard to gain the confidence and trust of landowners to manage the limited water supply towards being sustainable by 2040. As stated before, we fully support the Lower Tule GSA's efforts in implementing programs and policies to be compliant with SGMA. The State Board's objectives have been met. Imposing extra groundwater pumping fees under such circumstances would unnecessarily add to already increasing costs associated with our food production, making it even more difficult to operate competitively in the state. With the above in mind, we ask that this board grant the Lower Tule GSA's exclusion request and exclude landowners within the Lower Tule GSA from paying state groundwater pumping fees and well registration fees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Turley. Next, actually, we'll call Jason Moorhead. Apologies, Jay. Thought there was two Jims in there. Jason Moorhead, then Eric Oriana, and then I believe our last commenter will be Seth Merritt. And we'll take a 10-minute break at that point. Folks can kind of stretch, and then we'll come back to the discussion. Mr. Moorhead.
Thank you. Thank you, board, for having us today. My name is Jason Moorhead. I'm a proud third-generation farmer in the Pixley Irrigation District. As Vice Chair Diamato said, the last 5 years have been really hard in the farming community. SGMA not even included. We've been below profitable to break even for the last few years, and throwing SGMA, and it's been a struggle. Our GSA and our growers have made really tough decisions over the last couple of years to put us on the path towards sustainability. I believe our data shows that. I mean, I don't need to go into any details. I think it's been covered pretty well. Our groundwater extractions are down. I know we're not right in that groundwater neutral, pumping neutral area, but we're making tremendous strides from where we've been. We also are addressing domestic wells with a funded mitigation program. And growers who are not compliant are seeing the consequences. But really, the reason we're all here is just to explain, why charging us additional fees would just be, I think, counterintuitive to the goal at hand. All of the work our GSA has done comes at a huge financial cost. That's just a big one. As it's been talked about earlier, the growers are the ones funding this effort to create these plans, to hire these experts that are coming from all over the state, sometimes out of the state, I think. If we are asked to pay a concurrent fee along with the extremely high fees we're already paying, along with, we're just starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel as far as pricing and some profitability. I don't know what we're going to do. And if we're asked to do this for a few years, I mean, I can't really, I don't know. It's hard to wrap my head around that right now. I think the eventual end is going to be the funding source is going to go away. And the funding source is us. We are the funding source for all this. So once your funding source goes away to a program, what happens? It's gone. The program's gone, right? So if the farmers are gone, the program's gone. And then what's going to happen? Eventually, do you want, I guess my question to the board is, what's your ultimate goal as you set up there today? Do you want to help create a sustainable Tule subbasin that has a locally managed plan, that also helps sustain locally disadvantaged communities with jobs? If you do, please don't force more financial stress in this area with additional fees. Work with our staff, continue to refine our plan that is showing positive results
It's only 2026. I mean, I know, like everyone says, 2024 is almost here, but actually, that's quite a ways away. Give us some time. Work with us. Um, Additionally, we talked about all the GSAs, with the exception of a few. We're taking this to the next level. Like, it's there. The evidence is there. The result of forcing more financial stress in this area could be catastrophic. No one's really talking about this, but if there are less ag businesses in our area, less farming, less farms, less dairies. I mean, where do all these people work that live in Pixley and Teviston? You guys have been down there. You know these communities, right? They work for us. They work for the dairies. If they're not there, I don't know. I'm not sure what happens to those communities. You know, um, they're a part of us. We are one and the same. Um, I just I think the Pixley GSA is making major progress towards sustainability. The fact that the original date of 2040 makes it clear that this process takes time, and the application of these fees would set this process back, I think, years. Honestly, I do. Our district staff is in constant contact with your staff to make the changes, and I think some of the earlier comments are very good, and just keeping those channels open, wide open. Um, I think the changes are fairly minor, and some of them are just fundamental in vision and technicality, right? So please, I just ask you do the right thing by the growers, the citizens of our counties, and the jobs that they hold, and the positions that you hold, and make the right decision. And thank you for your time.
Thank you as well. Appreciate those comments, Mr. Moorhead. Next, I'd like to call up Eric Oriana, then Seth Merritt.
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. My name is Eric Oriana. I'm a senior policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Thank you all for the time and the opportunity to comment. Wanted to comment in response to the request for exclusion for the GSAs in the Tule Basin. And we here to share comments to agree with staff that these 8 GSAs should not be excluded from reporting and fee requirements. We believe that exclusions would lead to fracturing and an incomplete and uncoordinated effort in the basin. And the reason that we got involved in the GSA and Sigma process is our focus in protecting drinking water supply for communities across the Central Valley. We appreciate that the basin is working towards a basin-wide mitigation program to avoid gaps in program support, but there remains deficiencies in mitigation programs as staff have identified in the report. There are some programs that have not all been designed to be inclusive, but are overly burdensome for communities who need to access critical drinking water funds. Some programs, based on how they're designed, seem to not want to support the communities that they are meant to help. Mitigation efforts should be consistent across the board. And one differentiation that we are having with staff is in respect to the definition of what types of water systems should be supported in the effort for mitigation programs. I think staff highlighted to include state small water systems, but we're requesting that a definition for a small water system be consistent with the State Water Board's SAFER program and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, which defines small water systems as those under 3,300 connections. And we believe that this change and this level of support for these systems is critical, given potential and looming funding reductions to the SAFER program, which is a main funding source for these types of communities. I think another deficiency and another reason for why we're requesting that you not exclude these GSAs is that The staff report has identified a lack of response towards groundwater quality degradation. We believe that GSAs within the basin allow for groundwater quality degradation to occur at a too high of a level before it triggers a response. And so we're asking that you consider this in your decision to not allow for exclusions. Right now, we need reporting because the basin as a whole has gaps in groundwater pumping reporting compliance. And it's critical that this information is collected so that the basin and the communities can adequately manage their groundwater supply. And I know these are tough conversations that are being had today. A lot of perspectives are being shared. But accountability is not always easy, but it is necessary to demonstrate the gravity of not making the necessary progress to comply with the law that the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act has outlined. And for all of these reasons, we support staff's recommendation to not exclude these 8 GSAs from reporting requirements and fees.
Thank you, Mr. Oriana. Appreciate your comments here and contributions to the discussion. Next, and I believe this is our final commenter, I'll call up Seth Merritt. And if there's anyone who is looking to speak and hasn't had a chance, either in the room or on the Zoom platform, just raise your hand or pop up, please. Mr. Merritt.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Seth Merritt with EW Merritt Farms, 4th generation farmer. First of all, I wanted to thank Member Diadamo, Ms. Stork, and your staff for meeting with us and listening to our concerns here a few weeks back. There's definitely some issues that we have as growers and making sure that we have good, accurate groundwater extraction numbers so we can move forward and be sustainable. That being said, there is a lot of unity in this room. We're not advocates for fees whatsoever. We would like to keep that money local for programs, growers that are in tough financial shape, what have you. But in regards to exclusion, we would actually hope for everybody within the basin to be reporting so we could actually know what it is. It would be the purest data to actually move forward with. And I think we can make better decisions off of that. So that includes people that have already been granted exclusion. We have submitted a written comment and for you to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and appreciate that comment. I know ultimately that if we're going to be successful, we need the basin as a whole to be coordinated and data to be coordinated. So it will definitely be a part of what the work that we'll be doing together moving forward is ensuring that we're receiving the data, even if folks have received exclusions that are helping us to get this basin out of probation and back into that firm local control. Not seeing anyone else pop up and not seeing anyone on the platform. And so just thank you to everyone's comments. What I propose at this point is if board members have matters that they'd like clarified or issues that the staff should noodle on, please do voice them now so that we can take a break and provide that space for staff to then come back with whatever further information or comment we're looking for in order to make our decision up here. What I would, my request would be just better understanding because I read the letter, Ms. Spalletta, I appreciate it, haven't had a chance to engage with folks on the proposal. And so just wanting to understand if what you're proposing the board do here is even something legally we could do, just as a basis. Again, didn't have a chance to engage with you on it, so I think that's just where I'm at with what was proposed there. Looking to other board members, though. Vice Chair.
Well, I'd like to go back to my request from earlier when we started this afternoon. And I think that, I mean, Ms. Jackson, you provided a very detailed list, and I sort of expected that we would get more of that. But I think along the ways, a lot of the issues have been addressed. So would just ask Ms. Stork if you could think of any other sort of more global concerns, things that were in the staff report that would be helpful. The one remaining, I think, is the issue regarding critical head, the Department of Water Resources report and BMP. So I think it'd be important to hear from you on that. As far as Ms. Spoletta's red line suggestions, I think where I struggle with that is just picturing, and I know that staff has ongoing concerns regarding where we have exclusions, that kind of works against coordination potentially. And so what I'd be looking for is what sort of options would we have as a board to kind of keep this in the queue, to consider ways to incentivize where there is a GSP. I think the challenge right here is that Ms. Spoletta is assuming that following the GSP is good enough, but staff is saying that the GSPs aren't necessarily good enough, that otherwise they'd be in exclusion. So as these discussions go forward, is there some interim period of time in which a GSP could be updated before we end up with an interim plan or before the whole basin ends up with a coordinated plan? Is there some touch point in between where, if hypothetically a GSA updates its GSP and there are actions that would otherwise get that basin back to a different conclusion, like where we're talking about today for the whole GSA to be excluded, or for the approach that Ms. Spoletta is recommending, and that is for individuals within that GSA that have been complying. And so I know that's not something that staff is really excited about because it's all these one-offs, but I like the idea of preserving that as an approach going forward, because it places, it's the carrot and the stick approach, and it's just, one other carrot that could be out there. So just curious, how we could even construct something like that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. So just adding on to the Vice Chair on a larger scale, looking at how do we get the entire basin out of probation. So waiting to see, what does their time schedule look like? It looks like they are working on a plan that, we'll get more details on, but where they are looking at completion within a year, about a year. We're looking at a completion that is longer, slightly longer. So we're working somewhat side by side going through this. I'm just wondering if as we're going through this process, if there's a way where we can be working together. And I mean, the goal really is to get them out of probation. So how do we perhaps take what they are working with, is there a way we could take these early documents, take a look at them, give early feedback to them, and, give some input to where perhaps we can get this all wrapped up and done sooner rather than later. And the plan that gets developed is their plan. It's done early next year, and we get them out of probation versus, continuing to work on, I don't want to say not work on exclusions, but how do we keep them moving forward with the goal to get them out of probation as soon as possible? Because that personally, that's what I want to see. I want to see the entire basin out of probation as soon as possible. How can we overlap this process? How can we give that feedback, focus there, and get it done quickly? Assuming that what gets laid out, we can come to agreement with their new form teams, we can provide that input. There's some assumptions there, but I'm taking everything that I've heard here as they have the right people in place. They're ready to make this happen. It can happen. So how do we contribute to it to make it happen?
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, just that I don't have any new topics, but I just want to clarify my thinking on a couple. So one is the proposal from Ms. Spalletta, I think is intriguing in a sense, in that I like the idea of incentivizing extractors within a GSA to participate fully with that GSA and complying with the GSP. So I like the concept. The implementation is the challenge, I feel. And I think it would be good when you come back to clarify the legal underpinning for that recommended exclusion, because I think there's two. There's one's on the adequate management of a plan, but the other's on a minimal impact of basin withdrawals, which is like the one we just adopted a couple weeks ago. And I think that's the one that they were recommending we consider using. So I'd like to hear from staff as to whether that's even a legally viable approach, the way it's been framed. And then the other thing is this: we're talking about exclusions. There's two pieces. There's reporting and there's fees. On the reporting side, I'm hearing a lot of really great support, actually, for reporting, that everyone understands how important that is, that we should all be working from the same data set, that there's a commitment to monitoring and to being open and transparent with that information. So we want to absolutely encourage and support that. So if you could just follow up when you come back and talk a little bit more about gears and also the opportunities for GSAs to report on behalf of their extractors. I think I'd like a little refresher on that, just so I'm understanding just remembering where we're at in that space, because I think that's an important piece, and I know it's evolving a little bit. And then the other is on fees, and this is not the fee setting discussion here, but I would say there's a lot of uncertainty as I'm walking into this. We're here to collect fees because we're required to cover program costs. And whatever that, I think that number is around 6 million, roughly, whatever that number is. That's the requirement. That's what we have to do. There is no other funding source. So I understand that, and I take that seriously. There's also the fact that we haven't collected any fees for the Sigma program until now, potentially. And so we don't really know how the revenue is going to come in. There's a possibility it's going to come in lower than projected, and there's a possibility it could come in much higher. And so I think as we go forward in maybe a future cycle for fees, it sets up an opportunity to revisit that structure and to think about ways that we could continue to incentivize extractors within basins to continue participating with their GSAs fully. So I just, I don't think there's much more to follow up on that today unless you have some thoughts, but I would just want to say that I'm open to different models that we could look at in the future if the opportunity presents itself. And I just wanted to leave it at that.
Thank you, Board Member. Definitely not looking to overcollect in the program, so have opportunity to definitely discuss that. Board Member Firestone.
I don't have additional topics. I do have a lot of comments, and I'll just signal since everyone else has talked, that I am really against any proposals on that I think would increase fragmentation rather than focus in on what Board Member Morgan was talking about, which is how do we reinforce this track that was presented today of coordination across the basin and getting us to a place where our staff can work successfully with the basin to move them out of probation. I think the proposals that that continue to focus on exclusions will delay that and divert more resources. And I think anyway, I look that these are all comments, so I know we'll have more time to comment on that. But I think that's there's not additional topics I would want to flag for staff.
Thank you.
So, Chairman,
Yes, please. Mr.
given
Bishop.
the scope of what we've asked for, and it's not huge, but I think 10 minutes is not going to be sufficient.
Yeah, I was
And I don't
gonna
want
propose 20 at that point.
you all to be sitting here waiting for
Yeah.
us to come back.
Let's give ourselves a 20-minute break. So that means we'll then come back here at 3:55. Does that make sense?
Can I
Yeah.
just, in the interest of time?
Yes, Vice Chair.
It was my suggestion that we look at that red line a little bit more and look for creative ways to incentivize. And I'm just thinking, I'm not really hearing support for that. And I really like Board Member McGuire, your suggestion that we, maybe look at a policy that might be more related to something that we do on fees. And so just in the interest of time, I think I can withdraw that request unless you all have some suggestions on fees, which it's a different process. And, we can revisit that at that time.
So I was going to meet with staff, and I will meet with staff during this break to talk about how we would cross that line, because I think that's the direction that Sean, Board Member McGuire, was suggesting is worth us looking into a little bit, but I can't give you an answer yet.
All right, well, if we're comfortable with 20 minutes, then let's bring ourselves back here at 3:55 and appreciate everyone's contributions here. We'll see you in a few moments. All right, everyone. It is 3:57. We can bring ourselves back here. Thanks for the break. Mr. Bishop, do you want to kick us off?
Well, actually, I'm going to kick it right over to Natalie to talk first, and then I will talk after that.
Good, good. Ms. Stork.
Okay, so I'm going to start off with a little bit. We heard a lot about pumping credits and how transitional pumping was cut for a couple of the GSAs. And this isn't addressed in the staff report, but we heard a lot about it today. And this is something that we actually really want to have more discussions with the GSAs on. So looking at the pumping credits as they are right now, for many, but not all of the GSAs, but many of them have like a 0.15 acre foot per acre sustainable yield allocation. And then there's a precipitation allocation on top of that. That's about 0.85. And then there's a recharge credit that some of the GSAs give, namely Lower Tule and Pixley, and it's about, I remember it's about 0.6. 0.94 for Lower Tule and Pixley. 0.54. The numbers might be slightly different, but just want to get into this conceptually. And then on top of that, there used to be transitional allocations. So the transitional allocations were removed this year. We found out in December for Lower Tule and for Pixley. In some of their language, they're saying we removed the transitional allocation, but there's still a penalty fee. And now we're hearing it's a transitional allocation, or maybe sounds like there's a penalty attached based on the documents they provided. So for Lower Tule and Pixley, they're still allocating close to it's about 1.8 acre feet per acre. That is a lot more likely than what the actual sustainable yield is in this area. Other GSAs nearby or other basins have numbers close to 0.85. A lot of them have 0.5 for their sustainable yield. And here it's low, and then there's the precipitation. Some problems are the precipitation numbers are averaged since 1996. This is a concern we actually called out in the staff report that we released in 2024, and that hasn't been adjusted to our knowledge. So we're worried about the quality of the precipitation numbers that they're using. Also, if they're switching from ET to pumping, it wouldn't make sense to have a precipitation allocation. The other thing is the recharge credits our understanding is they're also average since 1996, and we'd really like to learn more about those, because when we look at their water budgets and we add up what we think it would be, even if we did do like an average, we get a much smaller number for what they should be. And really, if they're recharging for the benefit of the basin, there may be better ways to account for that. And so we'd really like to learn more about how they calculated that number, what they're accounting as, and does it represent the real world conditions. There's also concerns if you're pumping from the lower aquifer, but you're pumping your precipitation credit or your recharge credit, that doesn't align with real world conditions. So while we recognize that they're making really good steps in stepping down their allocations towards more reasonable numbers, we still have concerns about that number. And again, we'd really like to get the basin-wide model so that we can look at the assumptions and try and determine if their sustainable yield is appropriate or not. Sorry, that was a lot. Just pausing to breathe and to see if there's any follow-up questions.
Yeah, really appreciate that. I guess, and I don't know, Ms. Spalletta or folks, if you want to respond now, but wondering how we might be able to get access to that basin-wide model without maybe some of the provisions that were, not agreeable to us on that. But
yes, I would be happy to respond to that. I understand that the request was made for the basin-wide model to Thomas Harder, who owns the firm Thomas Harder and Associates that created the model. And as is customary for those who create models, he asked for an indemnification form to be signed not to say that the state board couldn't use the model for its work here, but to say that if the state board uses his work, that he will not be liable for anything that the state board does with it. So that is actually a very, very common indemnification form that model developers request when someone else wants to take their work and use it for different things. So I think at this point, there is likely just a misunderstanding. And so what I would love to be able to do is work with your staff. Maybe Mr. Bishop and I can talk after this meeting today, and we can set up a time to get Tom on the phone and look at the language and make sure that we can work that all out, give Tom a level of comfort, and then get you all the access that you need to the model. I think that the questions that Ms. Stork has raised today about the allocation and the credits are all very good questions. Some of them are actually very easy to answer. Others require a lot more explanation. But again, those are the kind of things where we can sit down and go through the numbers and make sure that everyone gets on the same page.
It's really appreciated. Appreciate
Yes.
that commitment, Ms. Spalletta. Thank you. Mr. Bishop, did you want to add anything there? Or you're good?
No, I'd be happy to get together. We'll likely have other conversations and associated with that. I would like to make sure I have a legal counsel there on the, if we're signing an indemnification, but.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Ms. Stork.
Okay, and sorry, we have a good list that you all gave us. So I'll go on to the next one, which was critical head. Sorry, so just bringing it back to there being some questions about that. There were some concerns brought forward after we issued the staff report that there was consultants for a GSA had done their own critical head modeling, which we think is excellent. That was a point in the staff report that the GSAs needed to take a look at critical head and estimate that and consider that and look at their minimum thresholds and how those were set. So they brought that forward and they shared that they had very different results when they did their own critical head analysis. Our concern is that the GSA that has the consultants that did this different analysis, that's getting very different numbers compared to what staff presented, which aligns with the numbers that DWR has online in a public platform, all documented. They're very different, but these are coming from two GSAs that share a boundary. And so subsidence on one side is going to impact the other. And what's really needed is for the subbasin to come together, take a look at these 1D models and figure out a 1D modeling approach that makes sense for the subbasin and also represents real world conditions today. There were concerns that this other model was showing that critical head and water levels were aligned in a place where we've seen ongoing subsidence. So it would be, beneficial for the subbasin to do more work on this. I'm not going to say that one model is right and one model is wrong, but more work is needed here. And we as staff would be happy to be part of that conversation and learn what the GSAs are going to do going forward to look into that. Any further questions on critical head?
Seeing none. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I was asked to talk a bit about GEARS and reporting. So GEARS is our reporting system. Everyone in the subbasin who isn't otherwise excluded or de minimis, who's pumping groundwater, are required to report to GEARS by May 1st. We have a system that there's some opportunities to delegate reporting in such a way that it can simplify how to report. So you can assign an agent, just like in the Division of Water Rights and the Cal Water System, you can have an agent who does the reporting for you. So you can assign someone you know or someone who maybe represents a whole bunch of different folks, and they can do the reporting for you. We also have a bulk reporting module that was designed so that someone with a lot of wells or an agency or someone else that wants to report on behalf of the people that they represent could report for them using a spreadsheet type of, you can download a spreadsheet, enter all the information and upload it, and it goes straight into Gears. So we did develop that. If GSAs are trying to use it and they have any concerns about its functionality, we'd love to hear about it so that we can continue working on it and make it easier for GSAs to report using that. We did hear during public forum today that some people have had challenges with reporting. What's unfortunate is the people that came forward did get a very specific, rare, and unique error. That at the time it happened to about 3 people last week, and now we're up to 10 people. There's a fix that's literally being coded right now, and if it works, will be deployed tomorrow. So everyone that hit that error, we were in communication, including with the person who commented this morning. We've been in communication with them and saying, please, you don't need to report in this moment, like let's fix it, and then we'll get it fixed, and then we'll immediately reach out so you can report before the deadline. So we've been working diligently on that fix, and to our knowledge, it's the only significant bug that we've had to date. So while it's unfortunate that they're having a hard time reporting, that is not a common situation that we're hearing about. But as issues arise, our team is working on that. We're getting lots of contacts and answering and helping people. And we have more office hours events in the subbasins next week. We've got 3 more events where people will be on hand to help people report. And the last one that I'm going to address before I hand it over to John and others is the question of how to get everyone out of probation. The timelines that staff presented for moving towards an interim plan have us, going out with a draft plan probably middle of next year, and then going to a hearing if needed by the end of next year. And what we're hearing from the GSAs is that they're working diligently on a single plan for the subbasin with hopefully, it sounds like, some drafts by the middle of next year. That's actually a great timeline and gives them a chance to resolve these issues and hopefully get out of probation before the board needs to adopt or consider adopting an interim plan. It would be great if they're able to get a draft plan to us by spring of next year. We'd be able to do a full review in that situation before needing to get to an interim plan. And there were also questions about, are we still working with GSAs at the same time we're writing an interim plan? Is the answer is yes. The team here will still be working with the GSAs on, talking to them about the issues and focused on those technical consultations, while other staff will be the ones writing the interim plan. So we're trying to make sure that we have continued support for the GSAs while still doing the work that we are directed to do.
Really appreciate that commitment. I know it's one that folks are concerned about, sort of are you going to have resources kind of drawn away because you're doing an interim plan and not have them committed to helping to perfect whatever GSP the basin is working on. So just thank you. And hopefully folks hear that commitment. I know it's one that I'll be looking to make sure we completely live up to. But everyone, I think, has to understand that given the time that it has taken to get where we are, given the challenges, we need to not wait to be starting to develop that plan, and can help here ensure that the harms from uncontrolled sort of pumping or otherwise challenges don't continue to accrue in the basin. So, did you want to add anything further there, Ms. Stork?
Apologies. One more thing. Just want to point out that our commitment to continuing to work with the GSAs is in resolve number 2 in the draft resolution. We're also willing to go down to the subbasin, meet with GSAs, and really hope that we can work with them for good progress. And yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Stork. Mr. Bishop.
Okay, well, the first question is the proposal to exclude certain pumpers legal? And yes, that is, there is a legal path forward on that. There isn't a practical path forward today, but we are open to the concept of meeting with Jennifer and talking about what would the conditions be, what would signify that, and how they would address the concerns that staff has about fracturing and other issues about how do you make sure that this is compliant and actually leading towards but we're happy to do that. I also want to, connected to that is May, we have the reporting deadline. We will have data there. That data will then allow us in the fall to reevaluate our fee structure if it, and that would be the time to look at how we do these other pieces of that. We'll know more. Our fees are meant to support the state intervention. And so if we look at the data, pumping data, and we realize that, the fees that we are asking for this time are too high, they're going to be lowered. If they're too low, they're going to be raised. And then we can also look at this idea of how do we then incentivize folks that are doing the right thing within a GSA that is not yet to conclusion. I will emphasize what Natalie already said is that we're looking at a year or so, year and a half for the GSAs to come back with a plan. That's really the next fee and reporting cycle. So it may or may not be get us anything, but we will look at that because hopefully they will be out of probation and out of our oversight by the time the next fee cycle comes around. But that's, not guaranteed.
Mr. Bishop, can you
Yeah.
remind us all when the next fee cycle is, just for everyone in the room?
Well, because of the way that there's two cycles, and let me be clear. We've got one which is based on the monitoring and reporting, which comes in May. So this year it's coming in May, and the invoices will go out in June, due in July. So that'll be a year from then would be the second one. But in the interim, in September, we set the fees based on what we know from what our programs cost. And so there will be an adjustment to the fees in the fall for the next year's cycle. I hope that answered your questions, but I think that that I'm happy to meet with Jennifer wherever and whenever to talk about this process. We are committed to coming down to the basin and meeting with the GSAs and do both technical and policy level discussions about both the how do they move forward with their GSAs, and then also providing them information on where we are and where we're going with the parallel path of an interim plan.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop and Ms. Stork. Do appreciate all of that. And I guess just on Ms. Spoletta's proposal and hearing that, there is a legal path to consider that, is that, after further discussion, say with Ms. Spoletta, is that something that the board could potentially contemplate in the fee setting and proposal sort of discussion, or is that something that this board would need to come back to essentially?
So it would need to be in the fees for reporting in 27. It's just not possible for us to turn on a dime and do it for this initial fee setting. We just don't have the capacity to be able to look at all the unintended consequences associated with it from the dais.
Yeah, understood that it would be applying, if there were a change, say in October, it would then apply to the next year's fees. But just again, wanting to confirm, I guess, that we could potentially consider a policy like that in the adoption of those fees at that time.
So let me just chime in on that, Chair Escobar. I think it'd be possible to write the regulations that recognize sort of a two-tier process along the lines of what was described in Ms. Spoletta's red line version of the resolution. there may need to be some serious thought given to whether or not there'd be a second document that would come back before the board for approval that would kind of memorialize what are the criteria to take advantage of that second fee. But we haven't mapped out all those different scenarios. It's possible it could all be rolled into the fee structure and there could be a separate process we could use to unlock that second tier, if you will. Again, that's assuming that Mr. Bishop is able to get across a couple of thresholds when talking with the GSAs. So I think both options are on the table, that it would be two separate actions, or there may be a pathway to unlock it through an update to the regulations alone, the fee regulations.
Really appreciate that. And would just note, all the time that might go into that, likely better served in focusing on the single GSP and getting that approved and across the finish line versus continue to try to figure out how we more refine and slice that pie. But, I heard Ms. Spalletta, when it comes to how we can potentially incentivize, good actors here across this and not, take a blunt tool to the basin, but it requires a lot more time and a lot more effort. And again, often diverting then from the time and effort to getting a single passable GSP. So that's all I kind of would say amongst that. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's anything from what's been heard further, but I'm still supportive of the staff proposal, as currently articulated, but look to others. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I'm definitely supportive of the staff proposal. And I do also just want to say that I think I think we've heard a lot and seen huge, really difficult decisions and impacts and improvements. And so I don't want that to go unrecognized in terms of the improvements and actions and really hard things that the GSAs in this region have done as an improvement from, a year and a half ago. I also think that what we've learned over, just as I reflect back into how this played out, I think that I would weigh things a little bit differently if I were considering doing exemptions, I always use the wrong word, because I think that I think our intention of trying to provide incentives in terms of directing people the way that they should go has kind of backfired in that I think it just has really exacerbated energy put into fragmentation and kind of going at it alone. And I think that's really hindered our ability to make progress on and get to the point that we are at today, which is having a real commitment and technical work group that was presented today to have a unified point of contact that can be working directly with our staff hand in glove on these technical issues to work through each of these things to get the basin into where the other subbasins that have been able to move out are. And I think if we'd had that a year and a half ago, we might be in a very different position today. And I just think we need to be cautious as we want to try to provide incentives and carrot and sticks that sometimes we're sending, I feel like we've been suggesting hope and incentives for people to put resources in things that are missing the big picture of what we actually need to do is get this whole basin coordinated, agree on MTs. There's some real differences of opinion. It's going to be really hard to bridge that. I think the only way that gets bridged, and that's to me one of the big elephants in the room, is our staff going down and having some real heart-to-hearts on this is what we're all understanding the data and the models to be, and And the way we would analyze this, these are the levels we're looking at for a potential interim plan. And I think if we're all communicating that, we can help the subbasin be in the best position to most quickly move out of probation, get a plan that's going to be better than whatever we would do, and get it in place in a way that really does the best job of mitigating the impacts for the basin. And there are really serious impacts already happening. I think we heard about that. We heard some of that today. This subbasin is one of the very hardest hit, I think, around just what the consequences of SGMA mean for local families and daily lives. And so it's one where I think it deserves the focus of our staff and of the choices we make to make sure that we set this up for success in terms of having not being spread thin between a lot of different basin plans and exemption requests, but being focused on working with the subbasin. My only concern that although I think it's important for us to make clear that we do have additional staff to be working in parallel on the interim plan and working with the subbasin on their plan, I would really hope that on the technical level for things like MTs, what our understanding of groundwater levels and what's going to be successful, that information is the same with the technical team working with the GSAs and our interim plan. There should be no surprises. This should be very upfront from the beginning that if we were looking or as we're looking at what a potential interim plan would look like, this is what we're looking at, and then work with the technical team to make sure that our understanding is correct and we're all on the same page from the beginning as we work through this. I think that's going to be what sets everyone up for success. So I don't want it to be a totally different team, but I think that's probably what you meant. Anyway, I strongly support this. I don't relish it. I think this is really hard, and I would love to be able to give exceptions and exemptions. But I think this is where we're at, and we need to really focus on how we set folks up for success on the big picture, big items here, which is getting out of probation.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, ditto. I mean, I think I'm supportive of the staff recommendation on not to grant the exclusions at this time. I think that's the right move, given the information that we have in front of us today. I agree. If we had different information, if we all had a common understanding of the data, the MTs, the assumptions that go into that, knowing how difficult that is when it comes to groundwater, we could potentially be having a different conversation. But I'm not comfortable at this time moving in a different direction. But I think that what I want to make sure that we continue to do is lift up and support the groundwater sustainability agencies, like we've talked about ad nauseum here. So I don't need to say much more about that other than that I don't think there's only one pathway to sustainability. There's not only one time. There's a timeline. We've got 2040, but there's different paths to get to 2040. And so the interim plan, as you work on that, I know we're not discussing that specifically here today, but to me, there's not only one answer to the question of how to get to sustainability. So I just want to make sure that there's space for the GSAs to design and modify their plans or new plan in a way that will help achieve the goals, which may be somewhat different or may have a unique strategy that is still workable. So that was the only thought that crossed my mind. But otherwise, I think I've heard a lot of encouraging messaging today. I know that this is a hard decision. This is not something I've been looking forward to at all, being in the position that we're in. So I am open to creative solutions when it comes to fees and ways to other ways to look at that as well, because we don't really know. Sitting here today, we don't know exactly how all these conversations are going to go. I just don't have a crystal ball. So I have optimism and hope that there's a solution here, that a year from now we can be having a much different conversation. But I think we need to wait and see how that develops. And in the meantime, think from a practical sense for how can we still continue to support the GSAs, especially when there's a number of them that have made significant strides in improving their plans, and we want to help continue to encourage that.
Completely agree. Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair.
Well, I think closing out here, I want to leave a message of hope. I think that when we've had the opportunity for staff to be really dedicated, working hand in glove with the local basin, that we've seen good results. We've seen it, we saw it with Kern, we saw it with Delta Mendota. Each basin has been so unique, and this basin has had its own set of unique challenges. And I agree, Board Member Firestone, this is this basin and Tulare Lake, they're going to be the most difficult. But I am confident that once you all get together and start working through these technical issues, there'll be a pathway. And I agree, Board Member McGuire, that we don't want it to be the only pathway. The interim pathway is the only pathway. Let's let the GSAs figure that out once you all get to a common understanding of these technical issues that Ms. Stork, you did a really good job walking through. I think that the part of the challenge has just been the time spent on these exclusionary requests. And what I don't want to see is leaving this meeting where there's regret for having attempted that. These are communities that are really suffering, and they're struggling with how do we go forward with these difficult plans. I just had conversation out in the hall with a number of you all to just say that, it does seem a little odd. We made all these changes. We got rid of transitional pumping. We've got demand management. We have these fees. We have mitigation plans. And now the state board wants to come after us again. And that's not at all what's happening. What's happening is that we're a fee-based organization. We're not in a position to be able to approve those requests at this time. And what happened was we don't have a technical understanding. We're not on the same page. I think if we were, it would be a very different conversation. But I don't want you all to feel badly that you tried this. You're fighting for your communities. And unfortunately, what that did, it sort of distracted. Our staff had to spend time in going through the requests and preparing the reports so that you have a record. Is it a perfect record? No. There's lots of things that need to be corrected, and I think that's what the technical conversations are going to be. As far as where we close out incentives, even though I would be open to continuing or having a pathway, I think that having the discussion in the fee area is more appropriate, because then you all are freed up. For the most part, you'll be talking with the fee program as well, but you're freed up to be able to have those technical discussions. So I think we're closing out in a good way. And I do think that the chair is right. Even if we have that pathway, it's probably going to be moot by the time the fees come up. So that it's really not the pathway that you would need. The pathway that you would need is just getting returned to DWR, and then you don't have to worry about those fees. So let's all work toward that. I know our staff has said they're going to spend time out in the sub-basin. We all have been to the sub-basin. We'll go back if needed. Let's continue talking. And I agree with Ms. Spalletta. The communication, pick up the phone. We got to pick up the phone where it seems that something's not adding up. Pick up the phone, talk to each other, improve on the communication, and I think we're going to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. So just picking up from where the Vice Chair left off, so yes, communication is and will be key. I completely agree. I want to see increased communication where I really want to I really want you all just to be out of probation. I mean, I've already said it. And so that's the path that I really want to see move forward, is where we have clear communication. If there's a question, the phone gets picked up, it gets worked through, and we continue to move forward on that path. Parallel, I do want for us to take a look at fees. I truly do not believe that you all will be here next year going back through this. You're on a good path. Continue that path. You have made great progress, and I want to see that progress just continue and for everyone to come together. Without coming together, it would mean that you're here again, and that's not where you want to be. It's not where I want you to be. I don't think anyone wants that to occur. So let's not even talk about that path. Let's just talk about the path of everyone who's here. Perhaps there's a couple that aren't, but everyone is working together to get out of probation. That means, all one, whether it's one plan that is coordinated by all, or it is two plans, three plans that are coordinated, that work together. That is really what the goal is. And so it means that everyone has to coordinate. Everyone has to come to the table, the policy meetings, the management meetings, the technical meetings, and work together. And, that includes our staff, or we have to be there too, to give that feedback, to keep things moving forward. So, with that, also just want to, when I say, looking for different avenues for fees, with recognizing, what Ms. Paredes brought up, just me, myself, just looking at you all who are doing so well, just want to understand, as we move through this, what are perhaps just different options that may be out there for the future. Knowing that's a longer process, don't want to get sidetracked on that process at this moment in time. Really want to get to pen and paper of moving you guys out of probation. I really think we're at the point where we've turned that corner, and while they're big items, you've started already turning that corner, and it's at the point where you can sit down, put the pen to paper, work right through them, and pull the plan or the plans together and have them coordinated to the point where our staff can review it. They would have already had input along the way, and we can get you just right out of probation, because that is the smoother path. It is the better path. It is the path to where you're not continuously coming here every year asking for another exclusion and wanting that renewed each year, and also continuing this back and forth within the basin. So that is it. Not sure there's more comment.
No, I think I'll just say I agree with everything my fellow board colleagues have set up here. And as Board Member Firestone said, this is one of our hardest projects out there. We have a lot of hard projects before us as a board, for sure, and a lot of very difficult decisions that I know weigh heavily on me. And this is definitely one of them. And I want to acknowledge that there has been, as we've said, progress. This vote here is not a determination of a lack of progress. There is progress, but it hasn't met the threshold ultimately. And what we hope is that we can just focus here collectively together and get you out of probation. The goal is local control, and here the board is looking to apply its backstop role appropriately, not more than we need given the many challenges we have in front of us, but are simply trying to do our best job at continuing to move the basin forward. And so I know that, as Vice Chair has said, it can feel as if this work was for nothing over the last year, but I firmly feel it wasn't, because we have seen that progress. And I think it is some confidence building for the work that still lies ahead. So just thank you all. I know it's been a difficult and long afternoon, but look to my fellow board colleagues. We may be prepared for a motion then. We've had our time for public comments, sir. We'll quickly hear you. This isn't a money. We can commit to, we will not be overcharging the basin, and it will be based off of staff work. And we have a discussion on fees. I think we have different understandings of our numbers.
Yeah,
Vice Chair.
I would just direct you to, I think we have a fee stakeholder meeting that's coming up in June. On my calendar, I show June 11th and 12th. I'm not sure exactly what day would be Sigma, but that would be a good place to go to understand more about that process, what goes into the determination. And I think part of it also has to do with they estimate, what percentage we're going to actually be receiving. And that process goes on each year so that we can make adjustments based on what we actually collect, comparing it against, the administrative costs.
Yeah.
So I would just direct you to that process, and it'd be a good meeting to attend, especially if we're looking at doing something, this year or next on making adjustments. And the good example that we have is the dairy program and the irrigated lands program, where we do have a fee adjustment if you're in a coalition, for example.
Right. Yeah, we are not, this is not a money-making endeavor. The board will not be over-collecting millions from you. And importantly, we'll ensure that you see, the data that shows what we're collecting and what we're needing to recoup from.
Like Chair, move to adopt the resolution.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous. And again, the resolution adopted. Appreciated everyone's contributions here. And again, I know the real work continues to be here in front of us, and looking to make sure that we're here hand in glove, as the Vice Chair said, with the basin. So thank you all. All right, that wraps up item number 4 and brings us nearly to the end of the board meeting with simply board member reports. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have reports.
I can start us. On April 9th, I had the honor of being the keynote speaker at the California Water Environment Association's Women Impacting Water Breakfast. It was really neat. They started the breakfast back when I was volunteering many years ago. And so the breakfast is continued and it has grown. I forgot to write down the theme for this year, but but it was really interesting. It was, I believe it was like Power of Community was their theme for the conference this year, and so they just asked to speak just about career and about the community that I want to say that you surround yourself with, so professionally, and working with volunteering with CWA and the people that you meet through volunteering, and also just your mentors and how you choose mentors, and so it was really truly just an honor to speak there, and just kind of just also how your community plays a role within your growth within your career. And so those are some of the different things that I was able to touch on. And then they had roundtable discussions after where everyone can share different points within their careers. Then on Friday, I was asked to be on a panel interview for success, and it was really interesting because, as you know, the last day of any event usually is very empty. However, they had a record-breaking number of people in attendance, and which was really powerful because it was an item that went from 9 to noon, so it was 3 hours. It was interviewing for success, and so they broke it up into 3 50-minute pieces, where at the beginning it was how to prepare for an interview. The second piece was the actual interview. And then the last piece is the part that I participated on with the panel. And it was where the group that had been there for the previous 2 hours could ask questions and just, basically, just how do you choose the panel for the interview? What are the, have you ever had an interview where someone has answered a question and it immediately ends up being just a no-go? And what are like the most impactful responses you've got in 2 questions? So I called it was a mini mentor session of where you had a group of about 100 people where you can kind of just do this large mentor session with a group of people within water industry, where they can ask questions where maybe you're not able to ask, or you're hearing questions where you are afraid to ask yourself as you're hearing the questions and the answers. And so it was really good. Great turnout, lots of questions. It went the whole entire time, and we actually had to cut off them asking questions. They wanted to keep on going. So it was a really good event.
Fantastic. Thank you, Board Member. Nothing, Vice Chair. Only thing I have is on April 14th, I was at the Oristimba Creek Recharge Project. Vice Chair, you and I attended the groundbreaking. This was the ribbon cutting. It was great to be able to have that full circle moment, seeing both the groundbreaking and the ribbon cutting. The board contributed about $6 million to that project, and also used our 5-year temporary permit in order to get the project running. So it was a great opportunity to touch base with another basin that had recently exited probation, but really was great to be able to support that project. Certainly, as we've said, as folks have exited our probationary process here, it doesn't end there. We are going to be critical partners in implementation, and was nice to be able to visit the project for that. So that's all I have. Great. No reports. Well, that brings us then to the end of our board meeting, and our next board meeting will be on May 5th. Until then, we'll be 2 weeks out. Be safe, be well. Thanks, everyone. I know it was a difficult day, but really appreciated the great discussion and always the conclusions here to our discussions. So thank you.